Chapter 102. Jiang Yuan straightened her body to meet the tip of the sword. Her actions were so decisive that even Xianli was stunned. The assassin did not expect a strange young girl to appear out of nowhere. His eyes narrowed and he did not show any mercy. The flexible sword in his hand went straight for Jiang Yuan's chest. At this critical moment, a dagger flew out from the side and knocked the flexible sword slightly off course. The sword's aura was obstructed and it did not pierce Jiang Yuan's chest. However, the sword's aura still managed to scratch Jiang Yuan's shoulder and chest. Blood immediately dyed her clothes red. Jiang Yuan was pushed back by the sword energy and suddenly found that her body was light. Her body had fallen into a wide and cold embrace. The young man's breath blew into her ear, bringing with it the pleasant scent of green bamboo. Xiao Xiao protected her in his arms and conveniently snatched the flexible sword from the assassin's hand to block in front of him. He said to the shocked Empress Dowager Ida, "This place is not suitable to stay for long. Empress Dowager, please leave first." Jin 1 and Jin 2 suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao handed Jiang Yuan over to Jin 1 and 2 secret guards protected Jiang Yuan and Empress Dowager Ida as they left. Everything that had happened just now fell into Xian Li's eyes. He originally wanted to save the Empress Dowager but was startled by Jiang Yuan's sudden rush out. Seeing that she was injured, Xiao Xiao saved her and left. His heart could not calm down for a long time. It was as if there was a voice in his heart reminding him that it was not like this. It should not have been like this. Everything that happened tonight was so strange that Xianli could not figure out where the strange feeling in his heart came from. And what did the smile that Jiang Yuan showed him when she met the tip of the sword? It seemed to contain an infinite meaning that made one's heart palpitate, but it was impossible to fathom. Xianli was not the only one who saw all this. There was another person in the hall. It was Princess He. When the chaos happened, the guards around her were protecting her, so she was not entangled by the assassin. She wanted to search for the figure of that person in the hall, but when she looked up, she saw Xiao Xiao protecting Jiang Yuan in his arms. Immediately, her beautiful little face became somewhat distorted. What kind of person was Xiao Xiao? His temperament was extremely cold. Normally, he did not get close to people, let alone strange women. No matter what, Jiang Yuan was just a female official. There were so many injured female officials here, yet Xiao Xiao had saved Jiang Yuan. Moreover, He had clearly seen the nervousness in Xiao Xiao's eyes just now. He was truly worried about Jiang Yuan. He's small face was deathly pale, and she bit her lower lip. Xiao Xiao was just a beautiful and aloof youth, and she had fallen in love with him the first time she saw him. Unfortunately, no matter how he expressed it, Xiao Xiao remained unmoved like a stone man. Today, Jiang Yuan's appearance was too splendid, and she had also gained the favor of Empress Dowager Ida, which had already made her unhappy. At this moment, seeing Xiao Xiao so protective of her, her heart was driven mad with jealousy. She could not wait for Jiang Yuan to immediately die under a flurry of blades. The guards outside the palace all rushed in, and most of the assassins were also taken care of. After all of them were subdued, Xiao Xiao put away his dagger and coldly said, "Leave them alive and find out who the master is." The hall was a mess of cups and plates, and the cries of the wounded were endless. There were also the cries of innocent family members who had died a violent death. No one had expected that such a sudden change would occur today. A palace banquet had suddenly become a slaughterhouse. People from the palace came to help clean up the corpses, and the nearest imperial physician hurried over to treat the patients. Guan Lianghan breathed a sigh of relief and patted Jiang Xing's shoulder, saying, "Brat, you adapted well today. You didn't panic in the face of danger, and you somewhat resembled this general in the past." However, Jiang Xing's mind was completely elsewhere. He frowned as he looked at the hall, but he did not see Jiang Yuan's figure. His heart was burning with anxiety. After thinking for a while, he walked up to Xiao Xiao and said, "Xiao Wangye, have you seen my younger sister?" Jiang Ruan was escorted by secret guards all the way back to the palace of Compassionate and Peaceful with Empress Dowager Ida. Although the knife wound was not deep, it was very long. Due to the excessive loss of blood, her originally snow-white face now had no trace of color, and her rosy lips had become extremely transparent. When Empress Dowager Ida saw her appearance, she anxiously ordered someone to summon the best imperial physician in the palace, and ordered a palace maid to help Jiang Ruan onto her own bed. In the end, Jiang Ruan had not lost consciousness. When she saw this in a daze, she tried to open her eyes and get down. With great effort, she said, "Your Highness, Empress Dowager, this official's daughter's status is lowly, this matter is urgent." Empress Dowager Ida quickly said, "You have done a meritorious deed by saving Aijia, so Aijia will let you sleep on my bed." Jiang Ruan still wanted to speak, but her complexion became increasingly pale. Her voice was hoarse, and she seemed to be extremely exhausted. She slightly turned her face to the side, and she did not even have the strength to speak. When Empress Dowager Ida saw this, her face sank, and she angrily said, "Why is the imperial physician not here yet? If he doesn't come, Aijia will chop off his head." When the gu beside Empress Dowager Ida saw this, she was also surprised. Empress Dowager Ida's temperament had been very cold these years, but today, for this unfamiliar young girl, she repeatedly showed abnormal emotions. It was really somewhat strange. The highly respected imperial physician in the palace quickly rushed over. When he heard that it was Empress Dowager Ida's imperial decree, he was still very puzzled, but when he saw the unfamiliar young girl lying on the Empress Dowager's bed, he became even more suspicious. This young girl was very unfamiliar, and she was not related to Princess Yi, so why was Empress Dowager Ida so nervous? Could it be that she had a close relationship with Empress Dowager Ida? Although he was puzzled, the imperial physician did not say much. He only took Jiang Ruan's pulse before he got up and said, "This young lady has just lost too much blood. Although she has been wounded, fortunately, the wound is not deep. If it had been deeper, or a little more to the side, I'm afraid it would have been dangerous." Empress Dowager Ida breathed a sigh of relief, and the imperial physician said again, "I will write 2 prescriptions, feed this young lady the medicine, and bandage her wound. For the next few days, pay attention to avoid food, otherwise, it will not be conducive to the recovery of the wound." According to the imperial physician, will there be a scar in the future? Empress Dowager Ida frowned. The knife wound was from the shoulder to the chest. After all, she was an unmarried daughter. If there was a scar, it would more or less affect her marriage in the future. Jiang Ruan's skin was as white as snow, and for a scar to appear out of nowhere, it was a pity. In addition, her behavior today was similar to that of Princess Yuan Rong, so Empress Dowager Ida's question was somewhat sincere. The imperial physician wiped the sweat from his forehead, replying to Empress Dowager, "If she recuperates well, perhaps there will not be a scar." This meant that there might still be a scar. Empress Dowager Ida's eyes darkened, and her tone suddenly became sharp, "I understand. Go out and bring someone to get the medicine." Only then did the imperial physician carry his medicine box and leave the hall with the palace maids. Empress Dowager Ida looked at Jiang Ruan. Jiang Ruan was lying on the bed, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, and her lips were as pale as her skin. It seemed that she was trying her best to endure the pain, but she did not frown. Instead, she still looked at her with a smile, as if she was comforting her. Compared to her calm charm in the main hall, at this moment, she had taken off her outer clothes and appeared young and immature, with an even more delicate and pitiful style. In particular, the smile on her lips was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. Empress Dowager Ida suddenly thought of Princess Yuan Rong. Every time the precocious and sensible Princess Yuan Rong fell sick, in order to prevent her from worrying, she never frowned and only smiled at her. Empress Dowager Ida's heart softened, and her tone also softened. "Why did you block that knife for Ai Jia?" Jiang Wan smiled shyly and said softly, I don't know why, but when I saw Empress Dowager, I felt a sense of familiarity in my heart, as if I had seen you somewhere before. Just now, I didn't think too much about it, and I don't know what happened. She did not say anything dignified and righteous, but the words, as if I had seen you somewhere before, caused Empress Dowager Ida's expression to change again. The thought in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She slowly said, You have performed a meritorious deed in saving the emperor, Ai Jia will not let you suffer this knife in vain. Jiang Wan smiled slightly and said, Empress Dowager, can you send someone to inform eldest brother? If he can't find me, he will certainly be anxious. There is no need to be anxious, Ai Jia has already sent someone to inform him. Empress Dowager Ida frowned slightly. Jiang Wan only said to inform Jiang Xing, but did not mention Jiang Quan and Xia Yan. Whenever something like this happened, an ordinary girl would seek out her father. Why was she so single-mindedly looking for Jiang Xing, and did not even mention Jiang Quan? Previously, she knew that the 2D siblings of the Jiang family had a very good relationship, but now it seemed that there was more to it than meets the eye. Just now, in the palace hall, when Jiang Ruan's marriage was discussed, Jiang Quan did not have much of a reaction. How was he like a father? Empress Dowager Ida's armor lightly scraped the edge of the bed, and the ruby emitted a blood-red luster. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, and the corners of her lips slightly curled up. Some things did not need to be said too clearly, especially for smart people. Just give a few words of advice, and don't go too far. The rest, let Jiang Quan deal with it himself. She had long known that there would be an assassination attempt today. In her previous life, the emperor had also held a palace banquet after the flood. Halfway through the banquet, an assassin had sneaked in. It was Xianli who had saved Empress Dowager Ida's life. Xianli had blocked the sword with his own body, and had been seriously injured. At that time, the assassin had not been identified, and all the princes of the emperor were suspected by the emperor. The palace had been purged overnight, and even the crown prince, who had not been present that day because he was unwell, had been implicated. Only the 8th prince, Xianli, had escaped unscathed. After all, he had to put on a show, and being seriously injured was too much. Because of this, Xianli had gained the favor of Empress Dowager Ida, and because of this, the emperor had also trusted him. In her previous life, after entering the palace, Jiang Wan had learned of this matter from the idle chatter of the people in the palace. At that time, she had been very worried about Xianli's description of the scene. Now that she thought about it, there was no lack of doubtful points. As for blocking the sword for Empress Dowager Ida, that was nothing more than a joke. If Xianli was really a loyal and affectionate person like the rumor said, he would not have personally killed his own imperial father. Everyone thought that Xianli would not have been so ruthless towards her. In fact, Jiang Wan knew better than anyone that Xianli was a person who kept a low profile and was especially ruthless towards her. In this life, she had ruined his plan. Empress Dowager Ida must be saved, but the one who saved her might not be Xianli. Just now, Jiang Wan had staked everything on one throw. Today, she had been thinking of deliberately pretending to look like Princess Yuanrong, and then thinking of a way to save Empress Dowager Ida's life. Since she had performed a meritorious deed in saving the emperor, the palace would certainly reward her, although she didn't know what it would be. However, it was enough to deter the 8th prince and the Xia clan from acting rashly for the time being. It was not until she entered the palace that she found out that Xianli planned to marry her. This was something she did not expect and had never happened in her previous life. Now that she had saved the Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager's feelings towards her would inevitably rise to another level. At this time, even if Imperial Consort Chen still wanted to use some method to force the Empress Dowager to relent, the Emperor's bestowal of marriage would be impossible. As long as she showed a trace of unwillingness, Empress Dowager Ida would not agree to the marriage. Because now, Empress Dowager Ida must have already regarded her as half a Princess Yuan Rong. Moreover, she had done a meritorious deed in saving the emperor. Henceforth, Imperial Consort Chen couldn't say that this was a good thing for her. However, this was not a matter of absolute profit. Thinking about the danger just now, there was still some lingering fear in her heart. Although she had cut off all means of retreat, she had not expected that the assassin's sword would be so menacing. It was no wonder that Xianli had been seriously injured in her previous life. Today, if Xiao Xiao had not used his dagger to deflect the assassin's soft sword, she would not have been as relaxed as she was now. She was not afraid of death, but she could not die before her revenge was complete. She owed him a favor. Jiang Yuan slowly closed her eyes. In short, today's situation was much better than she had expected. When Jiang Xing and the Zhao family received the news that Jiang Yuan had been sent to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful for treatment, they were stunned for a moment. Empress Dowager Ida was usually condescending, and today was only the first time she had seen Jiang Yuan. Now that she had personally asked her to stay in the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, it showed that in her heart, Jiang Yuan was not simply the daughter of an ordinary official. Jiang Quan and Xia Yan were waiting outside. In her heart, Jiang Su could not wait to hear the news of Jiang Ruan's death, but when she heard that Empress Dowager Ida had summoned an imperial physician to treat Jiang Yuan, this honor could be seen at a glance. She could not help but clench her hands into fists, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Jiang Quan's expression was complicated. Today, Jiang Yuan had done a meritorious service in rescuing the emperor, and this credit would eventually be given to the Jiang Fu. Unfortunately, it was Jiang Yuan. In recent days, Jiang Yuan had repeatedly shone with extraordinary splendor, unexpectedly overshadowing Jiang Su's brilliance. In his heart, he did not regard Jiang Yuan as his own flesh and blood. Jiang Yuan was indeed outstanding, and the more she blocked Jiang Su's path, the more dissatisfied he became. Now that Jiang Yuan had done this, it was inevitable that she would be a head above Jiang Su. He wholeheartedly wanted to pave the way for Jiang Su, and Jiang Ruan's way of doing things was really intolerable. As he thought this, there was not the slightest trace of worry on Jiang Quan's face. There was only calmness and a trace of disgust. He only said to the young eunuch who had come to report, "This official sincerely thanks the Empress Dowager for her good intentions, but my daughter is impulsive and cannot bear this kindness. I would like to trouble eunuch to return and report to the Empress Dowager to allow this official to bring my daughter back to the Fu." When Xia Yan heard Jiang Quan's words, a trace of pride flashed in her eyes. At first, the young eunuch was also astonished. It was true that his daughter was injured. If it was an ordinary father, he would at least ask about the injury. Yet, this person had opened his mouth and wanted to bring her back. The young eunuch was also a shrewd person who had gone through many trials and tribulations in the palace. With one glance, he could tell that there was only disgust and no warmth in Jiang Quan's eyes. Thinking of Empress Dowager Ida's special treatment of eldest Jiang Miss, the young eunuch waved his horsetail whisk and said, "This Zajia does not dare to accept this. Eldest Jiang Miss is treated by an imperial physician in the palace. Even if she were to be brought back to the Jiang Fu, I'm afraid she would not be able to find such a brilliant physician. Moreover, this is the Empress Dowager's imperial decree. This Zajia is only a servant who conveys the message. If Jiang Darren has anything to say, it would be better for him to personally go to the Empress Dowager and say it." This kind of savage attitude, whether intentionally or unintentionally, was a form of suppression. Unfortunately, the servants in the palace could not be offended. In the palace, Jiang Quan had always been known as a noble and virtuous person. How could he be ridiculed like this? Immediately, his face flushed red and he could not say a word. The young eunuch looked at Xia Yan contemptuously and snorted disdainfully in his heart. He really did not know how these two people in the Jiang family had given birth to such a penetrating young miss like Jiang Ruan. Jiang Xing could not see Jiang Ruan's injury with his own eyes. Although he knew that there was an imperial physician treating her, his heart was still anxious and fearful. He did not know why Jiang Ruan would block the sword for Empress Dowager Ida, and he somewhat blamed her in his heart. Although it was disgraceful, even if the emperor's life was hanging by a thread, he still did not want Jiang Ruan to take this risk. The young eunuch was about to leave after replying, but just as he reached the door, he bumped into Xiao Xiao. He hurriedly bowed to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao waved his hand, took out a small blue porcelain bottle from his bosom, and threw it at him. He simply said, "Jade facial ointment." Jade facial ointment was a good thing that even the imperial concubines in the palace rarely had access to. This small bottle was worth 1,000 taels of gold, and it could remove scars on a woman's body. Although Xiao Xiao did not say for whom, the young eunuch understood that the target should be Jiang Ruan, who was lying in the palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. Although he was suspicious of the relationship between Xiao Xiao and Jiang Ruan, he still smiled fawningly and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness, Zhejiang will definitely bring it." Xiao Xiao glanced at him indifferently, turned around, and left the palace hall. That night in the palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, Jiang Ruan slept surprisingly well. When she woke up, two beautiful palace maids were busily helping her change her clothes. Jiang Ruan moved her body, and surprisingly, the wound on her chest did not hurt. One of the palace maids smiled and said, "Miss has woken up. The wound is not deep, it will be fine after a good bandage." She then explained in a low voice, "Previously, the imperial physician wanted to leave a scar. Fortunately, Xiao Wangye sent the jade facial ointment, so there is no need to worry, there will not be a scar left." There was a trace of envy in her tone. Jiang Ruan looked at her appearance and was startled. Xiao Xiao sent the jade facial ointment. She pressed the center of her forehead. The favor she owed him was getting bigger and bigger. Since her rebirth, when she used people, she would certainly give them an equivalent reward. For example, supporting Lu Min was also for the sake of being useful in the future. Asking Gu Yi for help was also to take advantage of Gu Yi's love for beauty. Yet, Xiao Xiao had helped her time and time again. Even if it was to repay a debt of gratitude, what he was giving now was likely to have already been repaid in full. Xiao Xiao had helped her so frankly, but she did not know how to repay him. After thinking for a while, she simply put this matter aside. She asked the palace maid, "Who was injured last night?" The palace maid reported a long list of names. Hearing this, Jiang Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. She did not recognize anyone. If she had to say who was injured, it would be that Jiang Dan had fallen into the arms of the current court Zhuo Langzhong in a panic last night. Zhuo Langzhong was young and promising, but in the chaos last night, Jiang Dan's clothes had been torn. At that time, Zhuo Langzhong saw that Jiang Dan was a delicate and weak girl, and her crying made his heart soften. Thus, he promised to take responsibility for her after this incident. The palace maid said, "I'm afraid that fourth Mrs. wedding will also be decided soon." Jiang Ruan raised her eyebrows. This seemingly weak and timid fourth sister made her have a whole new level of respect for her. In such a chaotic situation last night, it was hard for her to still have the mind to think about this. If she was not careful, she would lose her life, yet she still dared to do so. However, Jiang Dan's luck was good. She had won the gamble, hadn't she? Seeing that Jiang Ruan was lost in thought, the palace maid said, "Deputy General Jiang saw you, then left in a hurry due to some matters. The Empress Dowager should be back soon." When Miss was unconscious, the Deputy General and the Empress Dowager were very worried. Jiang Ruan thought for a while, what about my father, mother, and younger sister? The Empress Dowager has already ordered them to return to the Fu. The palace maid replied. Jiang Ruan lowered her eyes. The Empress Dowager had ordered Jiang Quan and the others to return to the palace. Didn't that mean that she already disliked Jiang Quan? Looking at it this way, it was very good. She smiled slightly and looked at the palace maid apologetically. I'm a little hungry. The meal has already been laid out. This servant will serve Miss your meal now. The palace maid smiled. In the imperial study, the emperor fiercely smashed the paperweight on the table onto the floor. So, it was the people of Tianjin last night? Guan Lianghan and Xiao Xiao tacitly agreed. Tianjin was located to the north of the Great Jin dynasty. Its territory was not vast, but because it was near the sea, its business across the sea was excellent. It had always maintained a non-aggression relationship with the Great Jin dynasty. It wasn't that the Jin dynasty had never thought of annexing Tianjin, but although Tianjin's territory was small, its steel smelting was outstanding, and the weapons its soldiers wore were of much better quality than those of the Great Jin dynasty. The late emperor had once tried to attack Tianjin, but Tianjin had resisted the Jin dynasty's 400,000 troops. The war dragged on for a whole year until the Jin dynasty was short of troops and the common people had no way of making a living because of the excessive taxes. The late emperor realized that this was a lose-lose situation and ordered the withdrawal of his troops. From then on, they only guarded against invasions and lived in harmony. However, last night, Xiao Xiao and Guan Lianghan had interrogated them overnight. Although these suicide soldiers had been very firm, their words had revealed that something was wrong. Xiao Xiao had ordered the brocade guards to investigate, and they had discovered that these assassins were all people of Tianjin. A tiny place like this dares to be so impudent. The emperor was furious. Last night, the assassins' every move had been aimed at the emperor, but in the end, they had carried out a massacre in the palace hall, causing panic among the officials. Disrupting the court like this was a provocation. What did Tianjin mean? Did they want to declare war on the Jin dynasty? Tianjin has been stirring up trouble at the border for the past few years. Xiao Xiao reminded him, this assassination could very well be a signal. A signal to declare war? Guan Lianghan asked. Do you think I'm afraid of them? No emperor could tolerate such an impudent provocation. The dignity of an emperor could not be trampled on, not to mention this was a matter of national security. He frowned. General Guan, are you willing to lead the troops to attack Tianjin? Guan Lianghan smiled, I'd be delighted. He had never wanted to stay in this nuisance of the capital, facing these genteel people every day. This year, after winning the war and returning to the capital, the emperor had told him to stay in the capital for the rest of his life. He was already very unhappy. Soldiers were born for the battlefield, especially Guan Lianghan. Only on the battlefield could he display his full potential. The emperor thought for a moment, take your deputy general with you. If he is a natural-born general and returns victorious, I will reward him handsomely. Guan Lianghan's expression turned solemn. The emperor's words had really given Jiang Xing space to display his abilities. He had originally thought that since Jiang Xing had rejected Imperial Consort Chen's request, the emperor would more or less have a prejudice against him. Now that Jiang Xing and his sister had just reunited, he had given Jiang Xing another opportunity to go to war. If he shone brilliantly in this campaign, then the Great Jin dynasty would have another young hero, and Jiang Xing would be able to truly establish a firm foothold in the court. It was just that he did not know whether that maniac who loved his sister would be willing to leave Jiangwan. The emperor continued, last night, there were so many assassins in the palace. Could it be that the guards were all dead? He looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao, bring out your embroidered uniform guards. This meant that a great purge was about to be carried out. The assassins of Tianjin had entered the palace as if there was no one there. This meant that there was already a mole in the palace. Although the identity of the mole was not known, as long as the mole was not removed, it would be like a malignant tumor growing on the emperor's heart. Xiao Xiao nodded slightly, yes. Guan Lianghan sighed in his heart. In this palace, there was bound to be another reign of terror. After the two of them had finished discussing other matters with the emperor, they left the imperial study and saw a beautiful young girl standing outside. She was dressed in a golden muslin skirt, her clothing was gorgeous and exquisite. Her meticulously made-up face was extremely beautiful and had a faint exotic aura. She leisurely walked over and smiled at Xiao Wangye. It was Princess He. Guan Lianghan winked at Xiao and left with large strides. Xiao looked down at He indifferently, his gaze unexpectedly without the slightest bit of warmth. Princess He's heart skipped a beat when she saw his cold gaze, and she unexpectedly felt a little timid. However, when she thought of last night's events, her gaze revealed traces of resentment. She raised her head and looked straight at Xiao's handsome and cold face. What relationship does Xiao Wangye have with eldest Jiang Miss? This question was baffling, and Xiao did not know what she meant. He frowned and coldly said, "What does this have to do with Princess?" Princess He's eyes reddened as she felt a chill run down her spine at his cold words. Aggrieved, she said, "You clearly know that I like you. Princess, be careful with your words." Xiao's gaze suddenly turned cold. "I, Xiao, have no other intentions towards Princess." "What about Jiang Ruan?" Princess He could not help but ask sharply, "Do you like her?" Xiao's frown deepened, as if he could not understand her words. However, there were more important matters at hand, so he only glanced coldly at Princess He and turned to leave. In Princess He's eyes, this action was a tacit agreement. She was startled for a moment, then suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. After Jiang Ruan had her breakfast, Empress Dowager Ida returned to the palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. Seeing her like this, she asked, "Is your body better?" Jiang Ruan smiled. Replying to Empress Dowager, "I am much better." Empress Dowager Ida looked her up and down and saw that her spirit was indeed much better than yesterday. Feeling relieved, she sat down on the soft couch. Next to her, her personal palace maid brought her a cup of tea. Empress Dowager Ida took the tea and took a sip, quietly sizing Jiang Ruan up. The young girl in front of her was obedient and clean. Although her appearance was charming, her eyes were clear and free of impurities. The rarest thing was her unperturbed composure, which made her beauty lose its frivolity and become steady and noble. She asked in a seemingly careless manner, "Did Jiang Quan not treat you well?" Jiang Ruan seemed to be taken aback by this question. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and said, "Not really. It's just that this official's daughter was raised in the rural residence. Since childhood, I have not been very close to father." She did not complain, nor did she lie and say that Jiang Quan treated her very well. What she stated was the truth, but her words were to absolve Jiang Quan. What she said was very appropriate. Empress Dowager Ida's lips curled into a faint smile. "Since you are not close, then presumably you will not be sad to part." This time, Jiang Ruan was really stunned and looked at her doubtfully. Empress Dowager Ida looked at the ruby on her armor and said, "Jiang family's girl, Ijia is going to the Imperial Ancestral Temple next to the Imperial Mausoleum to stay for 3 years. Are you willing to go with me?" Chapter 103. Jiang Xing was taken aback. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a beautiful and delicate young girl with 2 maids behind her. Judging from her attire, she should be a young lady from a wealthy family. He found it familiar, and for a moment, he was puzzled. When the girl saw that Jiang Xing didn't seem to remember her, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. A moment later, he smiled and said, "My father is the capital governor, and he wants to invite you to his residence to express his gratitude." Guan Lianghan looked at him with understanding. "You must be reluctant to part with that sister of yours." "Brother and sister, what do you mean by always valuing your younger sister more than your own daughter? Besides, to be honest, that sister of yours is not someone who will easily suffer a loss. I'm afraid that others have not been schemed against by her. However, Jiang Su was not as agitated as she usually was. Her pale face was very calm. Mother, I have already decided. I want to go to the family temple. I've already begged father, and he agreed. How did you know? Lian Xiao was surprised and continued, that's right. I heard that second Yinyang said something to master and master changed his mind. Originally, he wanted to send fourth Mrs. Gung invitation, but now he decided to send third Miss instead. Jiang Xing stood rooted to the ground, his mind a mess. He naturally knew that this was an excellent opportunity. The battlefield was originally a place to display one's fists and feet. If he lost, he would just die on the battlefield, but if he won, he would gain glory and splendor. He was not afraid of death, nor did he pursue glory, splendor, wealth and rank. However, if he wanted Jiang Wan to receive better protection, then he could only climb higher step by step. Is Suo Langzhong willing to do this? Jiang Wan leaned against the soft cushion of the carriage seat as she sipped her tea unhurriedly. I just can't accept it. Jiang Dan's voice was hoarse. I worked so hard, but in exchange, I ended up like this. Jiang Li snatched my marriage, Jiang Su's father protected her, and even Jiang Wan, whom I originally thought might not be much better off than me, is now enjoying limitless glory. What have I gained? In a flash, her gaze turned cold, and she said in a low voice, I am just unreconciled. One day, I will live a better life than all of them. I will make them all look up to me. With this in mind, he was determined to attack the Tianjin nation. However, when he thought that Jiang Wan would have to live alone in the Jiangfu for 3 years, he felt his heart wrench. Empress Dowager Yida's reward could be said to be generous. Even if she was bent on revenge, she couldn't help but be tempted. 3 years was enough for many things to happen. Xia Yan might be able to regain her power, but by staying by Empress Dowager Yida's side, she could also make it so that Empress Dowager Yida could not leave her side. At this time, Jiang Xing was talking to Jiang Wan at Wanzhou. Naturally, Jiang Wan knew that he was about to set off on an expedition to Tianjin. In his previous life, the war between the Tianjin kingdom and the Great Jin dynasty had lasted for 5 years. However, Jiang Xing was no longer around in his previous life. Now that the same thing had happened, she naturally knew that the Great Jin dynasty had won this battle, but it had been a Pyrrhic victory. The kingdom of Tianjin had produced an extremely powerful military advisor. Together with this treacherous weapon, they had almost caused the Great Jin dynasty to suffer a loss. Lian Xiao said, after returning that night, Master and Madam went to the study room. I don't know what they said, but second young miss was shocked. They found a doctor and gave her a prescription to calm her nerves before going to sleep. When second young master heard the news that eldest young master had received a reward, he was very angry and went out to drink. There was a hint of ridicule in her tone. The next day, he was carried back drunk. Jiang Wan smiled as she looked at the professional Empress Dowager Yida, but her heart was in turmoil. Bai Ji also sighed, fourth young miss is really too pitiful. Suo Langzhong does not know about this matter. According to second Yinyang, as long as she marries and goes through the ceremony, Suo Langzhong will be helpless. When the time comes, Master will personally talk to Suo Langzhong, and the matter will be settled. Jiang Xing touched her head and did not speak. Jiang Xing calmly distanced himself from Guan Lianghan, that is my family's matter, General does not need to worry about it. She motioned for Bai Ji and Lian Xiao to stay in the carriage, while she walked toward Xiao Xiao. When she was in front of Xiao Xiao, she said, Xiao Wangye. The general-in-chief who supports the state had devoted his life to the country and the people, and had not taken the initiative to make any requests. In front of all the civil and military officials, the emperor could not refuse such a simple request. Thus, he waved his hand, approved. Jiang Xing did not seem to notice that he had abandoned a woman's self-esteem. Dong Ying'er murmured, "Does he hate me?" Jiang Su's complexion had been pale for the past few days. Xian Li's words on the night of the palace banquet had pierced her heart. She was naturally unwilling that the person in the heart of such a handsome man was actually Jiang Yuan. At this moment, when he heard that Jiang Yuan was about to leave, he sneered, "Good, it's good that you leave. It's best if you die in the ancestral temple." The blood moon bracelet on Jiang Yuan's wrist emitted a faint blue light. When Xiao Xiao's gaze landed on her, Jiang Yuan immediately felt as if she had been pricked by a needle, and her long sleeves covered her wrist. She was vexed. Why was she so abnormal today? Presumably, it was because she was about to leave the capital, and this ally had helped her so many times, which was why it was strange. Jiang Yuan smiled, "Eldest brother does not need to worry about me, I have my own plans." She knew that Jiang Xing had gone on this expedition for her sake. If not for the fact that he wanted to better protect her, why would Jiang Xing need to live on the edge of a knife? Thinking about it, this gentle and refined young master of a scholarly family in her past life, the hand that had once held a brush was now holding a sword. The pure white robe had also been replaced with battle armor. When Lian Xiao and Bai Ji came to fetch Jiang Yuan back to the Fu, they were met with envious gazes. Bai Ji worriedly asked, "Miss, are you injured anywhere?" "We were extremely worried, but we could not stay in the palace, so we do not know how you are." Jiang Yuan was stunned again. After leaving the Guanfu, Jiang Xing planned to return to the Jiangfu first and discuss this matter with Jiang Yuan. Just as he reached the entrance of the Guanfu, he heard a delicate and timid female voice say, "Jiang Darren." It was a delicate and small dagger, inlaid with a high-quality emerald cat's eye stone. With one glance, it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Jiang Yuan had also seen it before. It was the dagger that Xiao Xiao had never left his side. She was stunned. "Xiao Wangye, this is." Tonight, she had merely saved the eldest daughter of the Jiangfu, Empress Dowager Ida. Although the Empress Dowager was indebted to her, it was not considered much. After the reward, people would gradually forget about this matter. However, if she had followed the Empress Dowager for 3 years, everyone would have a whole new level of respect for her. When they saw Jiang Yuan, they would subconsciously think that she was someone close to the Empress Dowager. Jiang Yuan was going to follow the Empress Dowager to the family temple. Naturally, there was more than one person in the Jiangfu who was jealous. Jiang Li did not need to be mentioned. Although she had obtained the marriage of the Zhuolangzhong, when she thought of Jiang Yuan's relationship with the imperial family, she was extremely jealous. In Jiang Dan's courtyard, Jiang Dan was sickly lying on the bed. Jiang Yuan was astonished. This person was very strange. He even mentioned parting. The dagger in her hand seemed to weigh heavily on her heart. Jiang Yuan shook her head. "This thing is of great significance to Xiao Wangye. Forgive me for not being able to accept it." Xiao Xiao explained, "This dagger is your birthday present." Finished speaking, he said, "Something the Xiao has given out, there is no reason for me to take it back." Finished speaking, he stared fixedly at the dagger, as if he would rather die than take it back. Jiang Yuan looked into the distance. Soon, Jiang Yuan tilted her head and saw the corner of a black robe through the gap in the curtain. She thought for a moment, then said to the coachman, "Let the coachman leave first." Jiang Yuan raised her eyebrows and waited for her to continue. Sure enough, Lian Xiao said, after third miss found out about this, she did not say anything and went to find second Inyang. Second Inyang went to find master. Later, master called fourth miss into the study and talked for a while. When fourth miss came out, her face was pale. Later, Lu Zhu went to inquire about it. "What do you think miss found out?" "What you gain, you will lose." Jiang Xing had just entered the imperial court, and his foundation was not yet stable. If he could obtain the Empress Dowager's support, are you muddle-headed? Xia Yan was shocked. Why go to the family temple? Do you know that if you go to the family temple, your life will be ruined? The carriage rumbled along and suddenly stopped. Lian Xiao was startled and subconsciously lifted the curtain. What's going on? Jiang Xing had actually made up his mind, but he was still worried about Jiang Ruan. Who knew that as soon as he returned to the Fu, he would hear that Empress Dowager Ida wanted to take Jiang Ruan away. His heart was immediately relieved. Following Empress Dowager Ida was much safer than staying in the Jiangfu. But he was also suspicious and said, I don't know why the Empress Dowager is looking for you, but accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger, the Empress Dowager is the same. Ruan, you have to act according to the circumstances. Don't let yourself suffer losses. Strange things happened one after another. It was said that on the second day, the Defender General who supports the nation, Zhao Guang, personally presented a memorial to the imperial court, stating that Jiang Ruan was the flesh and blood of the Zhao family. At that time, the Zhao family had ruthlessly severed all ties with Zhao Mei, and now, they did not ask for anything else. She only begged the emperor to grant her a grace, so that in the future, Jiang Ruan's marriage could be decided by herself. Let's wait and see. We'll see in a few years. Thank you, Prince Xiao. She said. The Jiang family's eldest daughter, Jiang Ruan, had used her own body to block a sword on the day of the palace banquet to save the Empress Dowager's life. This news had spread throughout the entire capital that very night. Everyone knew that Empress Dowager Ida, who had always been cold and solemn, had personally brought Jiang Ruan back to the palace of Compassionate and Peaceful to summon an imperial physician to treat her. Everyone said that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family had profited from misfortune. Since she had saved the Empress Dowager's life, she would become the Empress Dowager's savior in the future. There were also those who snorted disdainfully, believing that Jiang Ruan was merely using her own life to fight for a better future. When Guan Lianghan explained the emperor's plan to Jiang Xing, he saw that Jiang Xing's brows were tightly knitted together. Guan Lianghan also couldn't bear to see him so bleak, so he patted his shoulder and said, a real man should go on the battlefield and kill the enemy. You're babbling so much, are you afraid of death? At this time's palace banquet, he had seen it clearly. Even if Jiang Ruan was precocious, being in the Jiangfu was really too dangerous. Jiang Quan could push Jiang Ruan out at any time. Last night, if Empress Dowager Ida had not spoken, Jiang Ruan might even have married into the 8th Prince Fu. If he had more power, he would certainly not have allowed others to so easily control Jiang Ruan's future. The two of them turned around and left, neither of them looking back. Many years later, when the great Jin dynasty became a prosperous and beautiful painting of rivers and mountains, this scene would be talked about enthusiastically by many people. The parting at the city gates for this legendary pair of brother and sister became the starting point of their life's true glory. Since you wanted to be injured, I could only let the sword chi injure you a little. In the end, I still hurt you. I'm sorry. Jiang Xing smiled and said, Ruan, take care. He turned around and left. Moreover, the next day, there was another earth-shattering news. Empress Dowager Ida was about to set off to the ancestral temple at the edge of the imperial mausoleum to pray for blessings. 3 years later, she would return to the palace and personally issue an imperial edict for the eldest daughter of the Jiang family to accompany her. Jiang Ruan was stunned. He had actually seen that she had taken the initiative to meet that sword. Immediately, her heart felt somewhat complicated. However, she still smiled and said, Wan Yang is different from Xiao Wangye. Whatever Wan Yang wants, she will fight for it herself. If I had not blocked that sword, I would not have been able to obtain what I wanted. As he thought of this, his face became somewhat solemn. It's nothing. Jiang Su seemed to not want to say more and turned her head away. I'm just tired of life in the Fu. It's good to go to the ancestral temple, to calm my heart. Isn't Jiang Wan also going to the Imperial Ancestral Temple? Why can't I go? Isn't it to have a good reputation? Hasn't she relied on a good reputation to get to where she is now? 3 years later, I can also do it. Eldest brother, after this farewell, I hope that in another 3 years, you and I will be fated to meet again. Did you get what you wanted? Xiao Xiao asked. This was even more surprising than last night's news. Not to mention the daughter of an official, even Empress Dowager Yi's own granddaughter did not receive such treatment. Everyone was saying that Jiang Wan must have won Empress Dowager Yi's favor. This eldest daughter of the Jiang family, who had never been favored, had now run into some kind of good luck. In the carriage, Jiang Wan was lost in thought. In her past life, 3 years later, what would she look like? Such a person, ah. Unexpectedly, her cheeks were somewhat hot from being stared at by those starry eyes. Then, she came back to her senses and secretly scolded herself. Now, she was just a little girl. In Xiao Xiao's eyes, she could not even be considered a woman, so what was there for her to be shy about? She raised her head and looked at Empress Dowager Yi. Slowly, she smiled. Many thanks to Empress Dowager for your grace. This official's daughter is extremely honored. In the Jiangfu, there was a huge upheaval. Jiang Wan nodded. What about fourth younger sister? As for Great Master Huiju's share, that was only to ensure that some things would be carried out as usual during the 3 years that she would not be in the capital. She looked at Xia Yan. Mother, I want to go to the family temple. Miss is such a good person, how could Deputy General Jiang dislike you? The maidservant beside her consoled her. There must really be something important. Miss, don't be sad. This unconsciously revealed smile was refined and handsome, and it immediately made Dong Yinger's face burn. Jiang Xing politely said, it was only a slight effort, Miss need not take it to heart. This humble one still has some matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Jiang Xing, however, smiled. Now that he had entered the court, he saw that there was a trend of climbing up the ranks. Many court officials were getting restless. After observing for a short time yesterday, it was likely that some of them had also been tempted. Was this the intention to rope him in? Although Jiang Xing was a military general, he was born into a family of civil officials. He was not completely ignorant about forming cliques in the court, and he also understood the principle of playing it safe. Now that his foundation was not stable, and the fight for the throne between the princes was very fierce, he naturally would not be foolish enough to get involved. Empress Dowager Yi smiled with satisfaction and spat out 2 words from her red lips. Very good. Xiao Xiao looked down at her, thought for a moment, and asked, you want to follow the Empress Dowager to the ancestral shrine? She exchanged a few more words with Xiao Xiao, then hurriedly boarded the carriage. The carriage rumbled as it headed out of the alley. The black-clothed youth stood motionless in the middle of the alley, his graceful bones free and elegant among the green pines. He calmly watched the carriage go into the distance, then turned to leave. A birthday gift, Xiao Xiao said. Su Su, what happened? Xia Yan was alarmed. Jiang Su Su's appearance made her even more worried. Fourth miss. Lian Qiao said mysteriously, that's Wolangzhong's people came a few times. They seem to be good people, and they insist on being responsible for 4th Mississippi. They said that they will come to marry you in a few days, but, the horses neighed, and the morning sun sprayed out, dyeing half of the sky of the great Jin dynasty red. Clouds shone brightly in the sky, casting their light on the elite troops with high morale. The carriage rose, and a warm and gentle expression watched the procession go into the distance. Empress Dowager Yi said lightly, Ijia knows that you are a clever child. Think carefully, and follow Ijia. Ijia will ensure your safety. After 3 years, when you return to the palace, your status will not be ordinary. She looked at the ruby on her armor, you saved Ijia's life. After thinking about it, Aija can only be happy with this reward. Bai Ji was puzzled, why does Miss say this? Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes flashed with emotion. He pursed his lips, took out something from his bosom, and handed it to Jiang Ruan. Jiang Xing's gaze was reluctant to part. Jiang Ruan quietly stuffed the paper in her hand into Jiang Xing's waist. Jiang Xing was stunned. Jiang Ruan smiled and said in a low voice, one of them is for eldest brother, and the other is for great master Hui Ju in the capital. Eldest brother, take care. I am not sad. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. Outside, it seemed that the fluttering corner of Jiang Xing's robe could still be seen. When she turned to go to the unfamiliar 3 years that had never existed in her past life, this young general would also step onto the battlefield, fight on the battlefield, and win his unique pride and dignity. 3 years was 3 years. The most painful thing in this world was not losing something before it was obtained, but to watch helplessly as it was held in one's hands, and then ruthlessly taken away. The higher one climbed, the harder they fell. She gave those people 3 years to climb to a height where they could fall to their deaths, and then after 3 years, their bodies would be smashed to pieces. Jiang Xing frowned slightly and remembered. Last night, he had indeed pulled this young girl up, but because he had saved too many people, and because of the chaos, he could not remember. Jiang Ruan laughed in her heart. Xiao Xiao was usually cold and cheerless, but how could he be so childish at this time? It really made one's jaw drop. The happiest person in the Jiang Fu was none other than the old Jiang madam. After all, Jiang Ruan's surname was Jiang, which meant that she was part of the Jiang family. No matter what other people thought, when Jiang Ruan was mentioned, they would know that she was a girl from the Jiang Fu. The emperor's care for Jiang Ruan was the emperor's care for the Jiang Fu. When she thought of this, she felt that Jiang Ruan and her sister were very amiable. Jiang Ruan nodded, yes. It is my good fortune to be able to travel with the Empress Dowager. She paused and looked at Xiao Xiao. On the day of the palace banquet, many thanks to Xiao Wanye for lending a helping hand. Jiang Ruan shook her head, wrong, Jiang Li will not be better off than Jiang Dan. What kind of person was Jiang Dan? Jiang Dan was not someone who would silently swallow grievances. If Jiang Quan thought that he could need Jiang Dan as he pleased, then he was gravely mistaken. It could not be denied that the matter of Jiang Li had already left a shadow of hatred in Jiang Dan's heart. That kind of venomous snake, lying in wait in the dark, would not hesitate to use its venom to kill all its enemies once it had the chance, leaving no leeway for others. Jiang Ruan did not think that Jiang Dan was pitiful. Since she had schemed against Suolangzhong last night, she must have already had a plan. However, she had never thought that everything would be for the benefit of another person. As a concubine daughter, Jiang Li was naturally unwilling to accept that Jiang Dan would marry so well. Between Jiang Li and Jiang Dan, Jiang Quan would definitely side with Jiang Li. She did not know what second Yin had said to Jiang Quan, but it must have been for the sake of benefits that Jiang Quan had made this decision. That was what she had written down from memory the entire night. In her previous life, when she was in the palace, she had also heard some stories about the war between Tianjin and the Great Jin dynasty. There were some particularly thrilling battles that had been described in detail by those palace people. She searched for the information in her mind and wrote down all the battles that she could remember on a piece of paper for Jiang Xing. Whether or not Jiang Xing would suspect her, she no longer wanted to think about it. She only wanted to ensure Jiang Xing's safety. Now, she only wished that she could remember it more clearly. She was annoyed that she had not listened more in her previous life, so that Jiang Xing would have a higher chance of survival. Lian Xiao also said, "Third Miss has snatched Fourth Miss's marriage. Although it is not very kind, Suolangzhong's family is very good. In the future, they will certainly live much better than Fourth Mississippi. Although Fourth Miss has received Master's consolation, I am afraid that she does not feel good in her heart. On the day that the Empress Dowager left the capital, there were 36 soft sedan chairs, 900 elite soldiers and guards, and 85 silk and jadeite carriages. The entire journey was grandiose and imposing. The emperor stood at the top of the palace walls and watched the procession go into the distance. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Dong Yinger's reply and hurriedly rode away. When the young girl saw that Jiang Xing was staring at her, her cheeks suddenly turned bright red. She hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps forward and saying, "Last night, Darren saved my life. My daughter would like to personally thank Darren." Jiang Ruan's reputation soared. "It's nothing, just a small injury." Jiang Ruan waved her hand. "How is the Fu now?" Dong Yinger watched as the figure on the horse gradually disappeared, and a trace of disappointment and frustration flashed in her eyes. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. "Third sister wants to substitute a peach for a dead one." Whenever Jiang Ruan was mentioned, Jiang Xing became especially prickly. Guan Lianghan also became angry and said, "Then you should be troubled by yourself. Once the emperor's imperial edict is issued, you have to go even if you don't want to, unless you want to defy the edict. However, even if it is for your younger sister, you will not defy the edict." Dong Yinger was startled at first. The words, "Ruan Mimi and I are also good friends," were still stuck in her throat. Since she was 14 years old, this was the first time she had been so subdued by a man's elegant demeanor. Last night was so chaotic, but in the arms of this good-looking young general, she felt at ease for the first time. When she heard that he was Jiang Ruan's older brother, Dong Yinger was indescribably happy. She had even sneaked out today, and when she found out that he was in the Guanfu, she had deliberately waited at the door just to see him. She looked at the person in front of her. He was dressed in black and embroidered, and had a noble temperament. His handsome face was cold and elegant, and he had an aura of abstinence. However, his eyes were pitch black and deep, as bright as the night sky. At this moment, as he stared at her seriously, there was a trace of stubbornness. Sure enough, as soon as she alighted from the carriage, she saw the back of the black figure in front of her, cold and elegant. The dark alley seemed to glow because of him. Jiang Ruan was startled. She understood what Empress Dowager Ida meant. Empress Dowager Ida had given her an opportunity, an excellent opportunity. Admittedly, she was extremely unwilling to leave the Jiangfu and give Xia Yan and the others another 3 years. However, if she could follow Empress Dowager Ida to the Imperial Ancestral Temple, her status would naturally be different. Lu Zhu lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside, saying, "What an imposing manner. It's just that Miss has just arrived in the capital and is about to leave. I think it is somewhat sad." Xia Yan still wanted to persuade her, but Jiang Su already said, "Mother, there is no need to say more. I have already made up my mind. I will depart in a few days." The maidservant cried as she said, "Miss should at least eat something. If you continue like this, your body will collapse." Empress Dowager Ida's words actually meant that she should leave. "The ancestral temple is not completely safe," Xiao Xiao said indifferently. "It can help you." He said, "I want to make another trip to the Miao Stockade village. On the day of my departure, I will not be able to say goodbye to you." Whenever Xia Yan thought of Jiang Ruan following Empress Dowager Ida to the ancestral temple, her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Why did such a thing fall on that little slut, Jiang Ruan? Xiao Xiao's gaze fell on Jiang Ruan's wrist, and he suddenly said, "It suits you very well." Jiang Xing angrily said, "I am not greedy for life and afraid of death, it's just that." He swallowed the rest of his words. She said, "Thank you, eldest brother." Jiang Li was afraid that there would be a lot of grinding. However, no matter what was said, it was an indisputable fact that Jiang Ruan had gained the favor of Empress Dowager Ida. They happened to arrive at a small alley, and there were no signs of people around. Bai Ji was a little worried, but Jiang Wan had already jumped off the carriage. Chapter 104. Xiao Xiao's words from 3 years ago would forever be a thorn in Princess He's heart. She originally wanted to find a way to harm Jiang Wan, or at least make her wish she was dead. Who knew that with the Empress Dowager's edict, Jiang Wan would withdraw and follow her to the Imperial Ancestral Temple, allowing her to escape. 10 days ago, when she heard that Jiang Wan was returning to the capital, she was startled and thought of all the ways she could think of to harm her. Who knew that when she saw Jiang Ruan's appearance today, her heart would be in turmoil. I was just reminding fifth brother. Princess He smiled slightly. My imperial mother and imperial consort Nyang Nyang do not get along, so naturally, I would not sincerely want to help her. That would be my last resort. Isn't that why I'm looking for fifth brother? Fifth brother, you have to think clearly. That Hong and princess is a wonderful person. Fifth brother, you won't lose out. Jiang Chao was now working under Xianli, managing the affairs of the shops in the capital. This task could not be considered big, but it was definitely not small either. In the past few years, Jiang Chao had worked hard and done a good job, earning Xian Li's appreciation. Jiang Quan, who was previously disappointed with Jiang Chao, had gradually changed his opinion of this son. Fifth Prince Xian Hua's handsome face was gloomy. 10th sister, do you think that fifth brother is someone you can use? She was dressed in a bright red palace robe with flowing colors and dark flowers. She wore a cloud satin skirt with crabapple strands and golden butterflies. On the outside, she wore a light crimson lawn robe embroidered with wide sleeves of auspicious grass and wild geese. Her hair was combed into a hibiscus cloud bun, and her jet black hair was coiled behind her head, making her skin appear even whiter than snow. However, that ball of fiery red seemed to have splashed down from the heavens, landing on the rosy clouds of the great Jin dynasty. Her eyebrows were like spring water, her eyes like peach blossoms, and her lips were rosy like cherry blossoms. Her eyebrows and eyes were actually the depictions of beautiful women that had been painted for thousands of years. There was no air of immortality, but if one was not careful, they would fall into the graceful charm of this land. 8th Prince Xianli stared closely at the beautiful young woman approaching from afar. If 3 years ago, he had only wanted to control and use Jiang Ruan, now, besides being stunned, he was even more determined to win her. There were many beautiful women in this world, but there weren't many intelligent and beautiful women. However, someone as intelligent and beautiful as her was one of a kind in this world. Xian Li's heart was slightly moved. This woman was worthy enough to stand by his side. In the future, when he was the king, she would definitely be the empress. Are you threatening me? Xian Hua was enraged. After Jiang Quan left, the smile on Xia Yan's face immediately disappeared. She had originally thought that being pregnant was a good thing, but in the end, it had given Hong Ying, that fox, an opportunity to take advantage of her. It had been a long time since Jiang Quan had entered her courtyard. Everything was left to Hong Ying to handle. Now, she couldn't even shove Lin Lang over. In this way, some people were secretly delighted, while others were disappointed. Empress Dowager Yi returned to the capital. Elite soldiers stood in front of the palace gate and 100 miles of ceremonial guards were stationed. The emperor led the civil and military officials to welcome her. A long procession came from afar. Under the sunlight, the palace was extraordinarily gorgeous, and the purple-patterned carriage was inlaid with golden threads, shining brightly under the sun. The procession started, the civil officials on the left, the military officials on the right, they all bowed down, welcome Empress Dowager back to the capital. No one could forget that 3 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family had blocked a sword with her own body and saved Empress Dowager Yi's life. Empress Dowager Yi had specially rewarded her by taking her to the ancestral temple to accompany her. Not long ago, the emperor officially conferred her the title of Hong and Commandery Princess. Everyone knew that Empress Dowager Yi treated this Hong and Commandery Princess differently. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, this Hong and Commandery princess was actually so beautiful that it could topple cities. She was definitely the most beautiful woman in the world. Riches come from danger, Commandery Princess He smiled slightly. It is alright if fifth brother is afraid. I heard that eighth brother and the Jiang Fu's in-laws, the Xia Fu, have always been on good terms. Presumably, his relationship with the Jiang Fu is not that bad. Just now, younger sister saw clearly the way eighth brother looked at Hong and Commandery Princess. TSK, I think that since Hong and Commandery Princess is already of marriageable age, it won't be long before eighth brother comes to propose marriage. When that time comes, the Zhao family army and the Guan family army will all belong to eighth brother. Lien Qiao, who was serving by her side, was stunned. Her family's miss had always been beautiful. These few years, she had grown up a little and was becoming more and more beautiful. Even the servant girls who served her in close proximity would sometimes be dazed by her beauty. She did not know what kind of commotion it would cause in the capital. Thinking of this, she felt a little uneasy. Excessive beauty was not a good thing, especially when one did not have the ability to protect one's beauty. However, with Empress Dowager Yida's protection, there wouldn't be any problems. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly and looked at the chessboard under the apricot tree. Both the white and black pieces had been used up. It appeared to be a mess, but the predicament had already been set. The white pieces no longer had a way out, and the black pieces were full of murderous intent at every step. Everything was going well. Even though he hadn't been in the capital for 3 years, the chess game was still progressing at a steady pace. She walked to the front of the emperor and bowed, "Your son greets father." At this moment, there was a gust of wind. Everyone narrowed their eyes subconsciously. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a red-clothed figure walking over from afar in front of the 100-mile ceremonial procession and thousands of elite troops. In Xian Hua's mind, Jiang Ruan's enchanting face that could topple cities suddenly appeared, and his breathing stagnated. That's right, he was a man. Seeing such a stunning beauty, it would be a lie if he said that he wasn't moved. Moreover, the support behind Jiang Ruan could not be underestimated. In the past 3 years, the struggle between him and Xianli for the throne had become more and more intense. On the surface, the more brotherly and respectful they appeared, the more they wished to kill each other in private. If he had Jiang Xing and the Zhao clan, wouldn't that be a bargaining chip? Moreover, Empress Dowager Yida had taken a liking to Hong and Junju. The two palace maids looked at Jiang Yuan calmly, as if they were certain that Jiang Yuan would not dare to refuse. In fact, in the palace, Princess He was domineering and the emperor doted on her. Therefore, everyone in the palace had to give Princess He face. Jiang Yuan had just returned to the capital, so she certainly did not dare to offend the princess. Everything had just begun. For the past 3 years, she had lived a peaceful life in the ancestral temple, listening to Zen and chanting scriptures every day. She was completely unaware of what was happening outside. In the eyes of Empress Dowager Yida, she was just like any other girl in the boudoir. However, Jiang Yuan knew that there had never been a day when the hatred had truly been removed from her heart. She knelt in front of the golden body of Buddha with a pious expression, but in her heart, she was cursing. She smiled amiably at the little monk who was sweeping the floor, but in her heart, she was thinking about how to destroy all those people step by step. Every night, she leaned against the headboard of the bed and the scenes from her previous life flashed before her eyes. The more furious she was, the gentler her expression became. Princess He smiled slightly. If that's the case, many thanks to fifth brother. The journey back to the capital was about to begin. She wondered if those people were prepared to go to hell. Xian Hua stared blankly for a moment, then said angrily, "What do you mean by this? Since you want to be my imperial consort, how can you ruin your reputation?" Hong and Princess, everyone was frightened and moved. Following closely behind the splendid carriage was a soft, crabapple-colored sedan chair. The sedan chair was equally magnificent and majestic, emitting a faintly discernible fragrance. Not knowing why, everyone unconsciously looked towards the sedan chair curiously, as if they were expecting someone to walk out. It just so happened that the weather was good. Spring had arrived earlier than usual, and the sun in the morning seemed to know that today was a big day. It was even brighter than the day before. Xianhua's eyes flashed slightly. What you said is very good, but this is too risky. She had also been waiting for this moment for a long time. Momo, it is not that I am willful. Xia Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. He only knows that today is the day that the Empress Dowager returns to the palace, but he does not know that today is also the day that Su returns to the Fu. Su has stayed in the ancestral temple for 3 years, and I have not seen her for 3 years. But you see, today he has not even asked a single question. Does he still have Su in his heart? That was a beauty that could not be found in the mortal world. However, she had already experienced this person's true colors. Jiang Wan smiled faintly and turned her head away, unable to conceal the disgust in her eyes. Tomorrow, they would depart for the capital. Once they returned to the palace, everyone would know that this newly promoted princess of the great Jin dynasty would have a different status from the past. Thus, hard work paid off. 10 days ago, Empress Dowager Ida personally presided over her hairpin ceremony and sent a letter to the capital to request that she be conferred the title of princess. The emperor approved and bestowed the title of Hong and princess. If one were to say who Xia Yan was most worried about, it was still Jiang Su. She had never replied to the letters she had sent to Jiang Su, only sending a brief message saying that she was well. She was not even willing to see Xia Yan. Today, Jiang Su had returned to the capital after 3 years. Xia Yan was overjoyed, but she did not expect that Jiang Quan would pour cold water on her. So what if I don't go? Jiang Wan looked down at them condescendingly. Under the gaze of that pair of charming ice-cold eyes, the 2 palace maids only felt that the 2 of them were insignificant ants in Jiang Ruan's eyes, that even a glance was superfluous. Jiang Wan said, "This princess and Princess He are of the same rank, and Princess He has no right to order this princess. You are just servants. I wonder if master has taught you the etiquette of the palace, or do you think that this princess is easy to bully?" This kind of woman was worthy of the 4 words, demoness who brings calamity to the nation. Jiang Wan nodded, a layer of pride slowly rising in her heart. 5th Prince Xianhua's eyes also brightened. Needless to say, the Crown Prince's eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. Even the mediocre 4th Prince Xian Lang could not help but reveal a trace of admiration at this moment. That person naturally referred to 5th Yin Hongying. In the past few years, Hongying's position in the Jiangfu had become more and more stable, almost to the point where she could compete with Xia Yan as an equal. Although senior servant Li said this, at this moment, Xia Yan was in a fit of anger, so how could she listen? She only angrily said, "Pei, you're just a prostitute from a brothel. What are you pretending to be virtuous for? In the end, you still rely on seducing men." In the 11th year of Xuanda, Empress Dowager Ida returned to the capital. Even the emperor could not help but slightly narrow his eyes. Jiang Wan looked at them with a smile and did not say a word. Unexpectedly, she did not look anxious at all. After waiting for a while, Jiang Ruan's posture did not change. One of the palace maids became somewhat impatient and said, "Is Miss Jiang trying to make things difficult for us servants?" Jiang Quan frowned slightly. "You do not need to do these trivial matters, just leave it to the servants." His gaze fell on Xia Yan's lower abdomen. "You should take care of your body." The eunuch dragged out his voice and said, "We respectfully welcome Hong and Princess back to the capital." She slowly caressed her lower abdomen. After just 3 months, the fetus seemed to be very stable. The doctor had come to take a look and said that it was very likely to be a boy. If it really was a boy, it meant that she would be able to gain the upper hand in the confrontation with Hong Ying. Xia Yan lowered her head to look at her slightly bulging belly and said, "My son, you must be safe." Xia Yan's brows suddenly flashed with a trace of joy. "Speaking of which, these days, I have not arranged a tongfang for master. Lin Lang, who is by your side, is an obedient, impudent." Jiang Ruan's tone suddenly became solemn. Her expression no longer had that sweet smile of a moment ago. She coldly said, "Who gave you the courage to shout at this princess?" In the past few years, she had been raised by Empress Dowager Yida's side and had never deliberately inquired about outside news. The Jiang family had never sent any letters. Sometimes, when Empress Dowager Yida received news of the battlefield between Tianjin and the Great Jin dynasty, she would also call her over to listen. What was gratifying was that in the past 3 years, Jiang Xing had repeatedly turned the tide of battle and made extraordinary contributions. He had fought side by side with Guan Lianghan, and his bravery was not inferior to Guan Lianghan's. In addition, every time the enemy launched a surprise attack, he would always strike first and gain the upper hand. Thus, the title of the Great Jin dynasty's other god of war fell on Jiang Xing's shoulders. The splendid carriage stopped in front of the palace gates. Exquisitely dressed palace maids hurriedly stepped forward to lift the beaded curtains on the carriage. Empress Dowager Yida was dressed in a golden court dress, enameled with turquoise gold buttons, gorgeous and noble. She was supported as she walked out. She faintly glanced at the crowd. Just one glance was enough to make them feel an irresistible pressure. Princess He sneered, "She deserves to die." What kind of person was Xian Hua? He had countless concubines in his fu. Just the tongfang alone filled the entire courtyard. Once Jiang Wan entered the 5th prince's fu, that group of women would certainly not spare her. At that time, her reputation would be ruined, and Empress Dowager Yida would certainly not treat her as warmly as before. What the Great Jin dynasty despised the most were women who violated public morals and morals. In the future, it would be difficult for her to advance. Once Xian Hua was tired of playing with Jiang Ruan, it would be easy for him to deal with her again. Jiang Ruan accompanied the Empress Dowager in the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful for a while before the Empress Dowager said that she was tired. She allowed Jiang Ruan to return to the Jiang Fu and bring back some rewards. This was Empress Dowager Yida supporting her. Jiang Ruan smiled and thanked her before leaving the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. From afar, a young girl dressed as a maidservant trotted over. Her smile was sweet and adorable as she called out from afar, "Miss, Mississippi." Xian Hua sneered, "10th sister, don't try to fool Gitch. Speak, what is your purpose?" The 2 palace maids were startled, but before they could speak, they heard Jiang Wan continue, "This Junju was personally requested by His Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and His Majesty bestowed this name. When the 2 of you see this Junju, you address this Junju as Miss Jiang. Could it be that, as palace maids, you still don't know this Junju's identity? Or, in your hearts, you only recognize Junju as your master, Princess He?" Jiang Wan followed the palace maid who had led the way to the imperial garden. In front of her, 2 unfamiliar palace maids walked over. These 2 were dressed in extraordinary attire, so they were definitely not ordinary palace maids. When they saw Jiang Wan, they bowed slightly and said, "Miss Jiang, Junju invites you over for a chat." Jiang Wan smiled slightly, "It's been 3 years. Xia Yan slowly calmed down and sighed, "You're right, that lowly woman is just a chicken that can't lay eggs, there's nothing to fear. Now that Chao is slowly improving, in the future, he will be able to help the one in my belly a little." The palace maid who had led the way was also startled. Just now, she had been in a dilemma. Although Jiang Wan was now rumored to be deeply favored by Empress Dowager Yida, Princess He had also been favored in the palace for so many years. If she were to offend Princess He because of Jiang Wan, she would feel somewhat uneasy. Looking at Jiang Ruan's always smiling appearance, her intuition told her that this Hong and Junju was a soft persimmon. Unexpectedly, when Jiang Ruan spoke at this time, the palace maid suddenly realized that Jiang Ruan was not someone who could be easily bullied. Thus, she straightened her back and said, "That's right, my two elder sisters, when you see Junju, why don't you pay your respects to her?" Time flowed like water, fleeting. For the past 3 years, she had followed the Empress Dowager in the ancestral temple, eating vegetarian, chanting sutras, and walking in plain clothes. Every day, she accompanied the Empress Dowager by her side. Because she was extremely patient, she was not like ordinary young girls who would become impatient when they listened to the great master chanting sutras. For the past 3 years, bit by bit, she had infiltrated Empress Dowager Ida's life, quietly fawning over her. Slowly, Empress Dowager Ida accepted her. She was not Princess Yuan Rong, but she also made Empress Dowager Ida feel like she was treating her own daughter. She slowly approached from afar, her fiery red skirt fluttering behind her. As she got closer, she discovered that this woman's makeup was exquisite and gorgeous. The corners of her eyes were finely sprinkled with gold powder, enshrouding her breathtaking beauty. The corners of her eyes were faintly raised, the corners of her lips curled into a smile, and her hands were folded in front of her. She was dignified and charming, cold and flirtatious. The two palace maids stared blankly, clenched their teeth, and greeted Jiang Ruan with the courtesy that servants used to greet a Junju. They said, "Just now, we were rash. But Hong and Junju, our Junju is still waiting for you. If you do this, isn't it a little? Why does fifth brother need to say this?" A smile blossomed on Heyi's beautiful face, but it was as glaring as a poisonous snake. Hong and Junju is not an ordinary person. If fifth brother can marry her, sooner or later, Jiang Xing will command one of the 3 armies. That old man Zhao Guang will also follow you, and with the Empress Dowager's support, won't fifth brother be tempted? Fifth brother, how can you be so naive? Princess Heyi sighed. Since younger sister has told fifth brother about this method, if fifth brother does not agree, younger sister will definitely tell eighth brother. If fifth brother is not willing, and eighth brother is willing, then Hong and Junju can only marry eighth brother. A demoness who brings calamity to the nation. Everyone's mind simultaneously floated up with the same thought. A slender jade-like hand stretched out. Xian Li stared blankly. If 3 years ago, he had believed that Jiang Ruan hated him because of Jiang Su, then today, 3 years later, he had clearly realized that Jiang Ruan did not hate him because of Jiang Su. Jiang Ruan hated him from the bottom of her heart, as if she had an innate hatred for him. He believed that he had not done anything to make Jiang Ruan hate him, but every time Jiang Ruan saw him, she showed alienation and disgust. She sat down in a daze. Seeing this, Li Momo, who was at the side, hurriedly handed her a cup of red date honey water. "Furen, don't be angry with master, be careful not to hurt the little young master in your belly." "Deal." Xian Hua readily agreed. "I only want the person in power, the process doesn't matter. In the future, if 10th sister wants it, I will naturally be happy to do her a favor." The palanquin also stopped. The movement of the palanquin was incomparably gentle, as if it was afraid of startling the person in the palanquin. It made people's hearts itch even more. Immediately after, 2 maids dressed in green walked over. They were both tall and had delicate and pretty faces. One looked calmer, while the other looked more shrewish. Both of them stood on both sides of the palanquin and stretched out their hands to support the person in the palanquin. The young lady in black had already placed the last piece. She raised her head, revealing a face so beautiful that it seemed as if it could not be found in the mortal world. Even in the ancestral temple, she wore plain clothes, but there was still a kind of gorgeous beauty that could not be concealed. Her small face, which used to be slightly childish, was now emaciated, becoming more and more like the size of a palm. Her pair of eyes were crystal clear and moist, like flowing spring water, and also like transparent amber gems. The redder her lips, the whiter her teeth. Even if her hair was loosely tied up in a bun, there was still a kind of languid charm. Her gaze once again swept over another familiar figure beside the emperor. That young man stood ramrod straight and had a kind of aloof and noble air. Jiang Wan noticed that his clothes had already changed to first-rank court attire. She walked forward step by step, her smile deepening. Lu Min had finally become the current imperial tutor, a first-rank official. When her gaze fell on Great Master Hui Ju, who was standing not far from the emperor, she smiled again. Hui Ju was still as benevolent as she remembered, but compared to 3 years ago, his brows were more peaceful and stable. At first glance, he really looked like the Buddha that was worshipped in the temple. 3 years ago, when Jiang Wan left, she had asked Jiang Xing to bring a piece of paper to Great Master Hui Ju. On it, she had written down in detail the major events that might happen in the capital in the next 3 years. Hui Ju himself was clever and knew how to wait for the right opportunity to act. With this piece of paper, it was like adding wings to a tiger. According to the directions on the paper, he had inadvertently revealed the secrets of heaven and finally gained the attention of the emperor of the imperial palace. In the imperial ancestral temple, that person was dressed in a black dress. Her head was slightly lowered as she looked at the chess pieces on the table. With one hand holding a black piece and the other holding a white piece, she was playing chess with herself. Because her head was lowered, her appearance could not be seen clearly. Only the outline of her plain clothes outlined her graceful figure, slender waist, long legs, slim waist, and beautiful bosom. Looking at her from afar, she was pleasing to the eye. However, the war had not been completely pacified, and Jiang Xing was temporarily unable to return to the capital. Thus, this legendary name became more and more legendary as it spread. The servant girl on the left opened the entire curtain, and the person inside bowed and walked out. The commander-in-chief, Gu Xiuwen, frowned. A long time ago, he had heard from Gu Furen that Gu Yi was in love with the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. At that time, he had felt that the Jiang family could be considered to be climbing up the social ladder. More importantly, Jiang Wan was not valued by Jiang Quan. Later, Jiang Xing had been promoted step by step, and Zhao Guang had also acknowledged him as his granddaughter. Jiang Wan herself had even been conferred the title of Hong and Junju. He had originally felt that this was a good match, but today, seeing that this young girl's appearance was so outstanding, his heart was anxious and fearful. This kind of beauty, he was afraid that it would attract trouble. Although he had said this, his tone was not respectful, and his gaze was clearly sizing her up. Jiang Wan smiled but did not speak. The palace maid who had led the way hurriedly said, "Two elder sisters, this servant is just about to send Miss Jiang out of the palace. The Empress Dowager has asked Miss Jiang to return to the Jiangfu first." Her hands looked fair and clear, and there was nothing special about them. However, on her wrist was a bracelet that emitted a faint blue light. It actually made her small, spotlessly white hands look incomparably beautiful. It was soft as if there were no bones in them, causing one's heart to feel numb for no reason at all. A foxy woman. Presumably, she had used this demoness face to bewitch a person like Xiao Xiao. Hui Ju had used 3 years' time to finally climb to the position of state preceptor. This chess piece had finally reached the position where it should be. Junju has an urgent matter to discuss with Miss Jiang. Junju is completely sincere, presumably, Miss Jiang will not reject Junju's good intentions. One of the palace maids smiled. She was doing evil deeds at the feet of Buddha, but so what? Was this forcing her to go? The palace maid who had led the way was also in a difficult position. Presumably, Princess He usually relied on Xu Fei to run amok in the palace. This palace maid was also very taboo. Jiang Wan stood up, and from the corner of her eyes, she did not see Xiao Xiao's figure in the surroundings. Her heart was puzzled. According to common sense, with Xiao Xiao's status, he would definitely attend today. Now that she could not see any trace of Xiao Xiao anywhere, she could not help but think of the words Xiao Xiao had said before he left, "I want to make another trip to the Miao Stockade village." Since ancient times, the Miao Stockade village had been very dangerous. Could it be that some accident had occurred? Xianhua looked at Princess He for a moment, and suddenly laughed. "It is said that the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart, but today is the first time I have seen 10th younger sister also have such a shrewd mind." Xianhua's expression changed, but he still said, "So what?" At that time, Hong and Princess rejected the marriage in front of the palace banquet. Now that imperial father has allowed her to choose her own husband, she will certainly not choose Lao Ba. "Rise," the emperor said indifferently. Lu Zhu stuck out her tongue. Compared to the naive and unaffected little girl 3 years ago, she had now grown up a little and appeared more witty and likable. She slowed down her pace and walked to the side of the young girl in black. "This servant is too happy. Everything has been packed, and the Empress Dowager has already instructed that we will depart early tomorrow morning." Xianli frowned, thought about it, and suddenly laughed again. No matter, even so, he still had the confidence to make Jiang Ruan give up her heart. How could the woman he fancied escape so easily? In the imperial garden, Princess He's slender finger tapped on the cup in front of her. "Fifth brother, have you not thought about it?" The capital was bustling with activity that day, and there was no lack of people discussing this matter in the teahouses and restaurants. Empress Dowager Ida had left the capital 3 years ago and had only returned today. It was said that the emperor had brought all the civil and military officials to welcome her, and it was an unprecedented grand occasion. The common people could not see this grand occasion, but they still had to think about it in their hearts. It was as if they could see it with their own eyes. Princess He nestled next to concubine Shu. When she saw this young girl, a trace of hostility arose in her heart. She thought that in the capital of the great Jin dynasty, her appearance was already extremely beautiful. Who knew that when this young girl in red appeared, she was like the moonlight and fireflies? Her appearance was simply like a joke. When she heard the name of Hong and Princess, she immediately clenched her fists, and a trace of resentment flashed across her face. The Empress Dowager had already recognized her as an adopted daughter, which meant that she no longer had to worry about being sent to the palace one day, becoming the emperor's woman, and stepping into the same fate as in her previous life. Empress Dowager Ida had done this precisely for her sake. Seeing that her appearance was becoming more and more beautiful with each passing day, she also knew that Jiang Ruan's ambition did not lie here. Thus, she simply requested for a conferment to completely cut off the possibility of Jiang Ruan entering the palace. If someone passed by at this moment, they would certainly be shocked. Xia Yan, who had always been renowned in the capital as a talented woman, was spitting out such words. She really was like a shrew in the countryside. After that, there was a monotonous and repetitive ceremony. After the complicated ceremony was completed, Jiang Ruan accompanied Empress Dowager Ida back to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. After 3 years, Empress Dowager Ida was somewhat happy to return to the palace. When the palace maids and eunuchs saw Jiang Ruan, they all behaved respectfully. Everyone knew that this Hong and princess was now a favorite of Empress Dowager Ida, and was also the apple of great General Zhao's eye. She also had an older brother who was known as the war god of the great Jin dynasty. It was no different from being doted on by tens of thousands of people and could not be offended. There was no need to mention Jiang Quan, who was in the crowd. When he saw the woman's features, he already knew that it was Jiang Ruan. His body could not help but tremble a little. He had always known that Jiang Ruan was born beautiful, and that she had inherited 70% of Zhao Mei's looks. However, he did not know that when this daughter grew up, she would be like a young phoenix that had shed her tender and immature feathers. Her entire body would be full of elegance, and her beauty would cause the downfall of a nation. This kind of beauty was enough to make men waver, but what she would bring to the Jiang Fu might not necessarily be glory. Seeing Xia Yan like this, Li Momo hurriedly comforted her, "Furen, there is no need to bicker with that screwdriver. No matter how much he is doted on, if he cannot bear a child, isn't he at Furen's mercy? Men all seek novelty. Master was only momentarily bewitched by that foxy charmer. When she grows old and loses her beauty, and without a child by her side, she will certainly not have a good ending. When Furen gives birth to little young Master for Master, Master will naturally know that only Furen treats him sincerely. Furen has little young Master by her side, what is there to be afraid of? It's simple, He's beautiful face twisted in an instant, I want that slut to lose all standing and reputation." Thinking of this, her brows involuntarily furrowed. After thinking for a while, she rejected this conjecture in her heart. In her previous life, Xiao Xiao had not only lived up to this point. Presumably, there should not be any accidents. She was still immersed in her own thoughts. When she raised her head, she was met with a pair of smiling eyes. It was Xian Li. She lightly brushed the chessboard, and as her wide sleeves passed, the chess pieces on the chessboard tumbled, and the winner and loser were no longer visible. "Fifth brother, don't be too sure. Now, if you rashly ask to marry Hong and Junju, how could the Zhao family in Jiangxing be so willing? Moreover, the marriage is now in Jiang Ruan's hands. What if Jiang Wan took the initiative to fall in love with fifth brother, and offered herself to sleep with him? At that time, in broad daylight, even if Jiang Wan cried and begged not to marry, she would still have no choice but to marry. The imperial family would not tolerate such a shameless woman. If fifth brother were to speak up about this matter, and be willing to marry her as the official wife, how could the Zhao family and Jiangxing not be deeply grateful to you? Since fifth brother has obtained benefits, the great Jin court will also know that Hong and Junju is not content with her lot on the surface. This is a win-win situation." Xian Li looked at her, his eyes incomparably gentle. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he really looked like a young master. They had not seen each other for 3 years, and he also looked more mature than 3 years ago. Like a piece of ancient jade that had been polished more smoothly, he was even more attractive. Xia Yan's tone was so sorrowful that Li Momo hurriedly said, "Furen must not say such things again. If that person hears it, I am afraid that she will stir up trouble in front of Master again." "There is no need," Jiang Quan waved his hand. "Also, Hong Ying, what would it look like if it were to spread? I will leave first. Today, His Majesty has decreed that I cannot delay the time." Finished speaking, he personally buttoned up the top 2 buttons on his collar and hurried out. In the Jiang Fu, Xia Yan was gently tidying up Jiang Quan's official robes. She smiled and said, "I have already ordered the small kitchen to make Master's favorite osmanthus chicken today." The brows of the young girl in black slightly twitched, and the 2 slightly older servant girls standing on either side glared at the young girl who had trotted over. "Lu Zhu, how can you be so rash again? Lower your voice, you will disturb Mrs. Chess." Under the tree was a bluestone table with a cup of fragrant tea, and the exquisite hibiscus cake inside the jade butterfly. A gentle breeze blew past, and bursts of flower petals rained down. The petals fell in profusion, landing on the body of a person under the tree. Empress Dowager Ida lay on the couch and smiled faintly. "Ruan girl, you have a capable older brother." Chapter 105. The plain carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of the Jiang Fu. Xia Yan, who had gone out to greet them, trembled as she saw 2 servant girls supporting an elegant young girl out of the carriage. That young girl was Jiang Su Su. Compared to 3 years ago, Jiang Su Su had grown a little taller. Perhaps it was because she had stayed in the family temple for a long time, but she seemed to have a stable temperament. The arrogance and willfulness of the past was completely gone, leaving only a faint sense of virtuous aloofness. There was a smile on her lips, and the scar on her face could not be seen at all. Her facial features were vivid and beautiful. For some unknown reason, she still had an elegant appearance, but it seemed to contain a kind of faint seduction. If one were to seriously look at her every move, they would actually be somewhat distracted. When Xia Yan first saw her face, her heart was filled with joy. Holding her waist, she clumsily took a few steps forward before looking at Jiang Su's face. Su, how did your face get better? The doctor who had visited the Fu had said that the scar on Jiang Su's face would not heal. In the future, if some expensive medicinal herbs were found, perhaps it would fade a little. But now, Jiang Su's skin was like a peeled egg, there was no trace of disfigurement. Jiang Su looked at her and smiled lightly. When the time is up, it will naturally be better. Her eyes lightly glanced at Xia Yan, and Xia Yan actually felt her heart sway. She did not know why, but she only felt that the Jiang Su in front of her was strangely unfamiliar, like a completely different person from the past. But upon closer inspection, it was still the original Jiang Su. She suppressed the suspicions in her heart and said, Su, it's good that you are back. These 3 years, you have been so heartless that you refused to see mother. Jiang Su turned a deaf ear to her words. Her gaze passed over Xia Yan and landed on a soft sedan in front of the Fu's door. It was a soft sedan the color of begonia, carried by 4 palace guards. The sedan was exquisite and gorgeous, and the identity of the person in the sedan was not indicated. Along the way, many commoners followed to see which Fu's nobleman was from. The sedan stopped at the entrance of the Jiang Fu. Jiang Su stared at the sedan without saying a word. From the back of the sedan came 2 finely dressed servant girls. Smiling, they opened the bead curtains of the sedan and welcomed the person inside. The red-clothed girl's appearance was extremely beautiful, and there was a soul-stirring beauty in her movements. She walked slowly, and with every step she took, Xia Yan's fingerprints dug deeper into her palm. Finally, the girl in red walked to stand in front of Xia Yan and said with a smile, Wan Yang, greets mother. Second sister, long time no see. Xia Yan only felt a gust of melancholy in her chest rushing towards her face. Naturally, the news of Jiang Ruan's grand occasion in the palace had spread. Thinking of this, Xia Yan wished that she could tear Jiang Ruan to shreds. How could such good luck not fall on Jiang Su's head? Now that Jiang Su had just returned to the Fu, Jiang Ruan had chosen this time to come over. When the 2 sides were compared, the people outside could see it in their eyes. Who knew what kind of rumors would spread in the capital tomorrow? People always step on the weak and flatter the strong. Both of them had entered the family temple, but Jiang Ruan had returned in glory and splendor, while Jiang Su had only been in a horse carriage. In her heart, she was about to explode. Jiang Ruan had obviously done it on purpose. Jiang Su quietly looked at Jiang Ruan and suddenly smiled, Dejijia, long time no see, you have become even more beautiful. Her expression was calm, and she really had a somewhat otherworldly attitude. But for some reason, her entire body exuded a special aura that even women could not help but feel a little moved. If one had to use a word to describe her, it would be a bewitching nun. Yes, Jiang Su's body still carried the fragrance of sandalwood. Her clothes were green, and she wore no makeup. She really did give off the feeling of an immortal nun. But each and every one of her movements actually carried a different kind of allure. Do not look, if you look, you will lose your soul. Jiang Ruan withdrew her gaze and smiled slightly, second sister is far away and does not know. Now, the Empress Dowager has asked for me to be conferred the title of Hong and Junju. Although you and I are both sisters, and mother and I are also mother and daughter, rules cannot be abolished. If word of this gets out, I am afraid that it will be said that we are looking down on the imperial family. Therefore, Wan Yang boldly reminded me that in the future, it is better to establish the rules that should be established. Otherwise, if the imperial censors hear of this, they will have to report it to father. Jiang Su's originally calm face, when she heard these words, the muscles on her cheeks fiercely twitched, and unexpectedly became somewhat unnatural. She slowly raised her head to look at Jiang Yuan, and in a split second, the emotions in her eyes fluctuated like the wind and clouds. Finally, it returned to calmness. She smiled slightly and curtsied in front of Jiang Yuan. Sun Yang greets Junju. Jiang Yuan smiled and gestured for her to stand up. Xia Yan almost ground her teeth to pieces. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment, and her gaze fell thoughtfully on Xia Yan's lower abdomen. Mother, you can dispense with the formalities. Now that mother is pregnant, if your body is harmed, I am afraid that Wan Yang will not be able to escape the blame. When Xia Yan saw her gaze, she was frightened. Her hand subconsciously covered her lower abdomen, and she stared at her warily, forcing a smile. What are you saying? Jiang Yuan's smile became even more gentle. Mother is so protective. Those who don't know would think that I am going to do something to the child in mother's stomach. Mother worries too much. She turned her head and happened to see the way Jiang Su was looking at Xia Yan's stomach. Her eyes were astonishingly bright, and she actually felt a chill run down her spine. Jiang Yuan secretly became vigilant, and said with a smile, looking at second younger sister's appearance, it seems that mother is also very fond of the little fellow in mother's stomach. It seems that mother will soon be able to add a little brother to the fu. After saying this, she did not wait any longer, and with a smile, she ordered the servant girl to follow her into the fu. Xia Yan subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Su's gaze and was shocked by what she saw. The way Jiang Su looked at her lower abdomen was not one bit gentle or cute. It was as if she was not staring at her lower abdomen, but rather at a delicious dish, ready to pounce on it in the next second. He would eat her up cleanly. Xia Yan now regarded the child in her stomach as her lifeblood. Seeing Jiang Su's frightening gaze, she immediately took a step back. Her movement was too big, and Jiang Su regained her senses. The greed in her eyes immediately disappeared, and she smiled. Mother, I will also go in first. After saying this, she looked meaningfully at Xia Yan's lower abdomen, and slowly walked into the fu. Xia Yan stood rooted to the ground, still thinking about Jiang Su's gaze. She did not know why, but her heart turned cold. After staying in the fu for a few days, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The Empress Dowager casually rewarded them and brought them back to the Jiang fu, but unexpectedly, no one dared to have any ideas. Jiang Chao followed Xianli outside all day and was busy, so when he entered the fu, he naturally did not see him. Moreover, Jiang Quan would not take the initiative to look for his daughter, Jiang Yuan, to have a heart-to-heart talk. Lu Zhu heard that in the past 3 years, Jiang Dan had become more and more reluctant to go out, and her temperament had become more introverted. The old Jiang madam's body had also begun to show signs of decline. On the day she returned to the fu, she had only called Jiang Yuan over to talk for a while before she became tired of talking. Xia Yan's pregnancy had already passed the first 3 months, so if she was carefully nurtured, she would naturally be fine. In her previous life, the child in Xia Yan's stomach was ultimately not born, and she miscarried a month later. At that time, it was discovered that it was 15 Yang Hongying who had done it. Jiang Quan was furious, and locked Hongying in the woodshed. However, Hongying found a rope and hung herself, and died in the woodshed. Looking at it now, there were all sorts of suspicious points. Although it was extremely likely that Hongying had done such a thing, hanging herself was not something that she would do with her temperament. In this life, even if she followed the traces of her previous life, Xia Yan's child would not be able to survive. It was just that Hongying, she was also very curious. Was it really Hongying who had done it? As she pondered, Lian Xiao lifted the curtain and said, Miss, 15 Yang is here. Jiang Yuan raised her eyebrows. Hongying's movements were extremely fast. She ordered someone to welcome Hongying in. Compared to 3 years ago, Hongying's clothing was much more exquisite. Although it still did not appear luxurious, the material and jewelry she wore were all good stuff. It seemed that Jiang Quan had treated her well these past 3 years. When she thought about it, this was also the time when she had just returned to the Jiangfu in her previous life. At that time, Hong Ying had already reached the point where she could stand up to Xia Yan as an equal. Now that Xia Yan was pregnant, it would be more convenient for Hong Ying to serve Jiang Quan. Hong Ying somewhat cautiously sat down opposite Jiang Wan. These past 3 years, she had lived extremely comfortably and contentedly. Xia Yan's previous actions had already caused Jiang Quan to have a knot in his heart. The two of them were not very close, so she had an opportunity to take advantage of. These past 3 years, Jiang Quan had increasingly valued her. Who would have thought that Xia Yan would become pregnant at this critical juncture? Fortunately, Jiang Wan had returned. Hong Ying always had an inexplicable reverence for Jiang Wan. Ever since 3 years ago, when she had witnessed this seemingly gentle eldest Miss's various formidable methods in the Fu, she had wanted to rope her in. Now, it had been proven that her foresight was indeed correct. Jiang Wan had gained the favor of Empress Dowager Ida, Jiang Xinji had been promoted step by step, and Zhao Guang had also valued her. Now that she had become a Junju, based on her methods, wouldn't this Fu be her world? Thinking of this, Xia Yan's expression became respectful and she humbly said, "This lowly concubine greets Junju. Yin Yang does not need to be so courteous." Jiang Wan picked up the teapot in front of her. "Yin Yang and I are all on the same side, there is no need to be overly courteous." She looked at the woman in front of her with a smile. "We have not seen each other for 3 years, Yin Yang seems to be living well. It is all thanks to eldest Miss's good fortune." Hong Ying smiled and said, "Eldest Miss is the one with good fortune." Jiang Wan smiled and chatted with her. Not long after, as expected, Hong Ying tentatively asked, "Does eldest Miss know that Furen is pregnant? Who in this Fu does not know that father has a son in his old age? Ruan Yang is not deaf or blind." Jiang Ruan's tone contained a hint of mockery. Immediately, the corners of Hong Ying's eyes twitched. However, the show still had to continue. A trace of worry suddenly appeared on her face. "Speaking of this, eldest Miss must laugh. This is precisely what this lowly concubine is worried about." "Oh. What is there for Yin Yang to worry about?" Jiang Wan asked with a smile. "This lowly concubine regards eldest Miss as an intimate person, so I thickened my face and told eldest Mississippi. Although Furen's pregnancy is good, these past few years, because of Master, Furen has treated this lowly concubine with many misunderstandings. If young Master is born, who knows how this lowly concubine will react?" Hong Ying's expression was anxious, as if she was very uneasy. "Yin Yang's words are too serious." Jiang Wan smiled and comforted her. "Mother is compassionate, how could she react? Furthermore, father would not leave it be. If Yin Yang is wronged, father will be the first to not let her off." Hong Ying took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes, wiping away the needless tears. She smiled bitterly and said, "Master treats this lowly concubine well. This lowly concubine is blessed. But when a woman gives birth, it is always extremely dangerous. To put it bluntly, if something were to happen to Furen, and the blame is placed on this lowly concubine will be unable to voice out her bitterness. I am afraid that no matter what, I will not be able to wash away the injustice. This lowly concubine will be alone in this Fu for the rest of my life. If I am really charged with that crime, I am afraid. I am afraid that even in death, I will not be able to leave a complete corpse." Jiang Wan quietly looked at Hong Ying. Let's not talk about whether Hong Ying's words were true or false for the time being, but it could be seen that she was an intelligent person. She had even thought of this point. But since she had thought of this, how could she have fallen into Xia Yan's trap in her previous life? Jiang Wan also did not believe that in her previous life, it was Hong Ying who caused Xia Yan to miscarry. In reality, Hong Ying was an extremely intelligent woman. She was very good at judging the situation. If there was a risk, she would not do something that she was uncertain about. Since this was the case, then the miscarriage was nothing more than a crime that Xia Yan had imposed on Hong Ying. But how did Xia Yan's child in her previous life die? Although she thought this way, Jiang Wan still smiled at Hong Ying. Yin Yang's words are really too frightening. There are so many people in the Fu to protect Furen's belly, what is there for Yin Yang to be afraid of? Wan Yang feels that Yin Yang's top priority is not to study the child in Furen's belly, but to have a child of your own. She was an unmarried girl in the boudoir, yet she was openly discussing the matter of giving birth with the Fu's Yin Yang. Her expression did not show the slightest shyness, as if it was extremely natural. Although Hong Ying was shocked, she could not help but blush as she said, "Eldest miss, it is not that lowly concubine does not want to give birth, but girls born in a brothel had to take a kind of medicine from a young age. That medicine could make a girl's body fair and smooth, and it could also make a girl's body emit a strange fragrance. This was naturally a method used by girls to win over their benefactors. However, this kind of medicine also had a side effect, and that was, it would destroy fertility. When Hong Ying had first entered the Fu, she had indeed only wanted to gain Jiang Quan's favor and obtain Jiang Quan's affection. She had succeeded, but the longer she stayed in the Fu, the stronger her desire to have a child became. A man's favor might not last long, but if she had a child, if it was a son, her status would rise by a large margin. She did not seek to topple Xia Yan in one move, because Xia Yan still had the Xia Fu behind her. However, she wanted Jiang Quan to think that she and Xia Yan were on equal footing, and that was also good. Every time Jiang Quan rested in her courtyard, Xia Yan would order Li Momo to send over some soup to prevent pregnancy, and watch her drink it. Every time Li Momo left, she would dig her throat and force herself to spit out all the soup. Even so, when she was young, she had taken too much medicine in the brothel. She had already secretly asked the doctor about it, and the doctor said that the chances of her conceiving were very small. Not being able to conceive a child was a thorn in her heart, and coincidentally, Xia Yan was pregnant at this time. Seeing that she had painstakingly achieved everything in front of her, did she have to return everything to its original state? She was not reconciled. But what could she do? She would always be unable to conceive. Jiang Wan unhurriedly picked up the teacup and took a sip, and said indifferently, "Why can't I conceive? In this world, there is no woman who cannot conceive." Hong Ying stared blankly, and raised her head to look at Jiang Wan. "What does eldest miss mean?" Jiang Wan looked at her with pity. "What to do, fifth Yin Yang, Wan Yang also sympathizes with you. But if you want to live safely in the Fu, you must first have a child. Do you understand? If you want a child, then you will certainly have a child." Hong Ying stared blankly for a moment before she digested the meaning of Jiang Ruan's words. She was immediately shocked, and looked at the woman in front of her as if she did not know her. "Eldest miss," Jiang Quan smiled faintly, "in the end, it is Yin Yang's life, Wan Yang has no right to intervene." Hong Ying's heart was in a mess. The meaning of Jiang Ruan's words actually vaguely revealed one meaning: substitute a flower for a tree. If this matter was successful, her position in the Fu would indeed rise to a higher level. But the risk of doing so was too great. Once it was discovered, it would be a great crime to confuse the heirs of the clan, and she would be beaten to death. She was shocked that Jiang Wan had so easily said this matter, and felt that it was inconceivable. Jiang Wan was also a daughter of the Jiang Fu. Why would she take the initiative to propose to use someone else's blood to inherit the position of the Jiang Fu? Had she ever regarded herself as a member of the Jiang family? Hong Ying's mind was restless, and for a moment, she could not think of any clues. Although Jiang Ruan's words were frightening, they also inexplicably tempted her. It was just that it was difficult for her to make up her mind, and she could only hurriedly say, what eldest miss has said, this lowly concubine has heard it. This lowly concubine just remembered that I still have some things to do, so I will not disturb you. Jiang Yuan did not urge her to stay, and said with a smile, Inyang, think about it carefully, there is no need to be impatient, as long as, wait until mother has an accident. When Hongying heard this, her heart jumped again, and she did not stay any longer. She hurriedly left with her servant girl. Lian Xiao looked at her fleeing appearance, pushed the door open, and walked in. She said, why is Fifth Inyang so scared? Bai Ji stood silently at the side, and Lian Xiao touched her nose, she must have been frightened by Mrs. Charm. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, and Lu Zhu just happened to push the door open and walk in. With a face full of excitement and fear, she turned around and locked the door tightly. She then closed the window, drew the curtains, and walked to Jiang Yuan's side. The few people were baffled by her appearance, and Lu Zhu bent down and said in a low voice, Miss asked Nubi to investigate the matter of Su Xin Yuan, and Nubi has clearly investigated. Jiang Yuan looked at her, looking like this, there must be something wrong, what's wrong? There is nothing wrong, Lu Zhu smiled mysteriously, Nubi only heard from the kitchen that second Miss's life in the family temple is bitter, and her body is very weak. These days, the butterflies and dragonflies around her have asked the kitchen to prepare hens, and every day, they personally make chicken soup for second Miss to nourish her body. What's so strange about this? Lian Xiao asked. Lu Zhu shook her head, Nubi remembers that second Miss used to hate chicken soup the most. Moreover, second Miss has been cultivating in the family temple. If it is really as bitter as they say, then naturally, she is very devout. But to be so devout, and once she returns to the Fu, she incessantly kills and eats meat. Isn't that? That's breaking the precept. Jiang Yuan laughed in spite of herself, and looked at Lu Zhu with admiration. Lu Zhu's ability to observe people's words and body language had become stronger, and it was not easy for her to think so much. Lu Zhu saw Jiang Yuan's expression, and was very pleased with herself. She said, Nubi felt strange, so I paid more attention, and found that it was really strange. Guess what? Lu Zhu really treated this place as a storytelling hall, and Lian Xiao could not wait any longer. She asked anxiously, what exactly happened? Butterfly and Dragonfly said that they wanted to make chicken soup, but there was nothing else besides the chicken. To make soup to nourish the body, angelica and red dates were still needed. Could it be that they just put the whole chicken in? Lu Zhu said, Nubi gave a maid in Su Xin Yuan 2 taels of silver, and let Nubi go look for it. Nubi brought along Xiao Huang, who was guarding the door. Xiao Huang's nose was very sharp, and he managed to find a dead chicken under a rose bush in Su Xin Yuan. All of its blood had been sucked dry, and its feathers were torn here and there. Lu Zhu still had some lingering fear, the wound was very hideous, and Nubi was scared just looking at it. I hurriedly buried the dead chicken, and hurried back. Lian Xiao and Bai Ji did not speak, and their expressions became grave. After a while, Lian Xiao asked, Miss, could it be that second Miss was possessed by a ghost? Otherwise, how could she know such sorcery? Miss, now that second Miss is so strange, do you want to stay in the palace for a while? Second Miss does not dare to follow the Empress Dowager, Bai Ji also reminded. Jiang Yuan looked at Lu Zhu, when you looked at the dead chicken, was it cut by a knife, and blood flowed in? No, Lu Zhu frowned, when Nubi was young, Nubi was playful, and the reed chicken of the ant next door pecked Nubi. Nubi chased after it and took a bite. Nubi saw the wound clearly, and it was not a knife wound, nor did it look like an animal bite. It looked more like a human bite. Bai Ji and Lian Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Yuan lowered her head in contemplation. Ever since she met Jiang Su at the Jiang Fu's gate a few days ago, Jiang Yuan felt that there was something wrong with Jiang Su. Although she could not say specifically, it was as if she had changed into a different person, and there was always a strange feeling about her. These days, Jiang Su did not leave Su Xian Yuan, and even rarely went to see Xia Yan. She stayed in the courtyard all day, and no one knew what she was doing. This was too abnormal, so Jiang Wan ordered Lu Zhu to investigate, but she did not expect to find such a result. It was really unimaginable. Nubi also feels that second miss is really strange, Lu Zhu said. That day, I saw clearly that there were no scars on second miss's face. At that time, she suffered such a serious injury, but now there is no trace of it. If she is not a demon, how can she become like this? There are no demons and ghosts in this world, Jiang Wan said lightly. Even if there were, she was not afraid. She herself had died once, and if others knew, she would not be a demon in their eyes. But Jiang Su was too abnormal, and it gave her a sense of foreboding. This made her start to be vigilant. But in this matter, she could not help much. She thought for a moment and suddenly said, Lu Zhu, go prepare a carriage, I want to go out immediately. Where is Miss going? Bai Ji asked curiously. Dong Feng Lu, in the imperial study. The emperor, who had always been muddle-headed, frowned and stared at the report in front of him, as if he had encountered a very thorny problem. After a while, he opened his mouth to ask, according to what you said, there are already spies in the palace from the southern frontier. The young man standing in front of the desk was dressed in black, and he said indifferently, yes. These years, we have been careless. The emperor suppressed his anger. We have not yet settled the score with them, but they have already set their sights on us. They are simply reckless. Not only that, Xiao said, Tianjin's sudden dispatch of troops also has a lot to do with them. Those barbarians from the southern frontier are vicious and cunning, and their methods are cruel. We really did not expect them to be so scheming. Since we persuaded Tianjin, we must have given them benefits. Xiao, stay in the capital and carefully investigate the matter of the spy. Even if we have to turn the entire capital upside down, we must find that person. Xiao nodded. The emperor's gaze fell on him, and he suddenly sighed, these 3 years, you have narrowly escaped death in the Miao Stockade village. We know what you are thinking. But now, a trace of worry appeared between the emperor's brows. The entire palace is eager for us to die earlier. We understand the thoughts of the 8th and 5th princes better than them. With the crown prince's conduct, we can only protect him for a while, but not forever. As for the civil and military officials of the court, they are nothing more than jumping clowns in our eyes. Do they really think that we do not know what they are thinking? Xiao, you. Your Majesty, Xiao interrupted him, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. If someone passed by here, they would be surprised at the relationship between the emperor and Jining Wang. The emperor's voice paused, and after a moment, he weakly waved his hand, never mind, you can leave. Xiao walked to the door, only to hear the emperor's voice coming from behind him, you are now at the age to get married. If you are interested in any family's girl, tell us, and we will arrange a marriage. The man in black did not stop, and left the imperial study without hesitation. All that was left was the emperor's sigh. Although Dongfeng Lu was the largest treasure shop in the capital, not many people went there. This was because, although the items inside were dazzling, the prices were too high, and each item was a rare treasure. Unless one was from a very wealthy family, one would not have money to buy things here. Today, there was a carriage parked at the entrance of Dongfeng Lu. The common people passing by looked over curiously, wanting to see which family's young master and young lady it was. However, when they saw a beautiful girl dressed in red get out of the carriage, everyone immediately understood. She was the popular Hong and Junju in the capital. Not to mention the beauty of Hong and Junju, now that she was favored by the Empress Dowager, the rewards were endless. Naturally, she could go to Dongfeng Lu. Everyone was envious for a while, and then they saw the girl in red enter the building with 2 servant girls. As Jiang Wan walked in, a beautiful maid came over and asked, does Miss want to look at jewelry? Jiang Wan glanced at her, I want to see Yifeng. The maid was stunned, and shook her head, is Miss going to the wrong place? Jiang Wan smiled, and reached into her sleeve to take out something and shook it in front of the maid, is it okay now? When the maid saw the thing in Jiang Ruan's sleeve, her expression suddenly changed, and she respectfully said, Miss, please follow this servant. Jiang Wan put the dagger that Xiao Xiao had given her back into her sleeve, and thought that it was really useful. As they walked to the weapon shop on the second floor, the maid pressed a celadone lion head on the wall. A small door opened, and an elegant room appeared next to it. The maid bowed, Miss, please come in, Leader Yi is inside. Jiang Wan had just stepped in when she heard an impatient voice, so meddlesome all day long, does master really intend to put me under house arrest for the rest of my life? Is it not enough for me to apologize to eldest Jiang Miss? Jiang Wan stopped in her tracks, and asked with a smile, apologize for what? Yifeng impatiently turned around, of course it's the treasure. The rest of the sentence was swallowed in his mouth, and he opened his mouth in shock, Jiang eldest Jiang Miss? Jiang Wan sat on the chair opposite him, and said, I have an urgent matter to see your master. Chapter 106. As soon as Xiao Xiao returned to Dongfeng Lu, the maid downstairs told him that someone was waiting for him in the elegant room. When he entered the secret room on the second floor, he saw Yifeng staring at the person in front of him with a nervous expression. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had arrived, Yifeng hurriedly stood up and bowed his head, Master. Xiao Xiao waved his hand, and Yifeng bowed and left. Jiang Wan raised her head as Xiao Xiao sat down opposite her. Looking at her, he asked, what's wrong? Is there a medicine that can restore a person's appearance? Or rather, was there a way to make people more and more charm? Jiang Wan went straight to the point. There were too many strange things about Jiang Su Su. Just by looking at her appearance, it was already suspicious. Her face, which had been scratched by the thistles and thorns, now did not have a single scar. Moreover, that day, Jiang Wan had clearly seen that Jiang Su Su's face had not been covered with any makeup. It would be more accurate to say that it was some kind of elixir. Moreover, Jiang Su Su's every movement seemed to be deliberately attractive, which was even more strange. Since Xiao Xiao was well versed in medicine and had seen a lot of things, he might have a better understanding of the situation. Xiao Xiao looked at Jiang Wan with slight puzzlement. After pondering for a while, he nodded and said, yes. Jiang Wan was startled, what is it? A kind of secret technique, Xiao Xiao said, southern border women are good at using seduction techniques, the situation you have described, it is very likely that they have practiced this kind of secret technique. Jiang Ruan's heart sank, southern frontier. Seeing her like this, Xiao Xiao said thoughtfully, do you have such people around you? I want to ask Xiao Wangya, what do the people who practice this secret technique need to do? What price did he pay? For example, fresh blood? Jiang Wan asked. Not necessarily. There are many kinds of secret techniques in the southern border. For example, the charm technique. Different people use it, and the price to pay is also different. Generally speaking, secret arts were actually a kind of medicine. When the medicine and the person fuse together, the deeper the fusion, the more outstanding the effect, but the greater the price to pay. Those who practiced this kind of seduction technique behaved differently from ordinary people. Some people needed to replenish some blood or other things. But I can't be sure. Xiao Xiao answered her question patiently. Jiang Ruan's brows gradually wrinkled. If there was only 30% suspicion before, it had now become 70%. Jiang Su Su's behavior was unusual, and her face was so smooth and fair. It was indeed somewhat similar to the secret technique that Xiao Xiao had mentioned. However, she only went to the family temple to recuperate. How did it have anything to do with Miaojiang? The more he thought about it, the more confused he was. Seeing Jiang Ruan's frown, Xiao Xiao naturally began to ponder in his heart. The people of Nanjiang seemed to be brewing a huge conspiracy. Jiang Ruan never asked about matters that were irrelevant. The way she asked just now meant that someone who seemed to be a cultivator of the art of charm had appeared beside her. If it was true, he could start from there. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao said, "I want to meet the person you mentioned." In her heart, Jiang Ruan was plotting how to get Xiao Xiao into the Jiang Fu to meet with Jiang Su Su, so that she could personally confirm whether or not it was related to the secret technique of the southern wilderness. Unexpectedly hearing Xiao Xiao's words, she was slightly startled. This person was actually thinking the same thing as her. Of course she did not know that Xiao Xiao still had matters to deal with in the southern border, she only thought that this person was very considerate and a trace of emotion floated up in her heart. It could not be said to be gratitude, but more and more she felt that Xiao Xiao was not as cold and heartless as the rumor said. She smiled and said, "Of course, but that person is not anywhere else, but in the Jiangfu." Xiao Xiao raised his eyes to look at her, a pair of beautiful eyes as deep as the Milky Way, and said, "Jiang Su Su? How do you know?" Jiang Ruan was astonished. "Among the women in the Jiangfu, I have only heard that the second Jiang Miss is as beautiful as a fairy. Naturally, it is her." Xiao Xiao replied. Jiang Ruan was stunned, and her lips curved into a smile as she said, "Xiao Wanye also thinks that second younger sister is as beautiful as a fairy." Xiao Xiao did not seem to have expected Jiang Ruan to suddenly ask such a question. He frowned, looked at Jiang Ruan seriously, and said, "Not as good as you." Xiao Xiao's reply was indeed unexpected. Even though Jiang Ruan's heart was usually as calm as still water, when she heard someone who had always been cold, she was still somewhat dazed. For a moment, she did not know what to say. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Xiao looking at her with interest, and a teasing smile flashed in his eyes. He actually laughed. Was this a joke? Jiang Ruan stared blankly for a moment before she smiled and said, "So Xiao Wanye also knows how to laugh." Xiao Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked, "When are we going to your house?" Jiang Ruan felt that this conversation seemed a little strange. After a moment of silence, she said, "How about tonight?" Yi Feng, who had been eavesdropping at the door of the private room, almost knelt down. The delicate and pretty maid beside him could not help but make faces at him. It could not be seen that his master, who usually had a pure heart and few desires, had immediately gone to a young lady's house. His future young madam was also a heroine, and yet he was not bashful at all. Tonight, they would become husband and wife. Xiao Xiao said, "All right, tonight at the Zishur hour, I will come to find you." Jiang Ruan looked at him and asked, "How will you come in?" Although Xiao Xiao's martial arts were excellent, the Jiangfu was not like a child's playhouse. Moreover, wandering around in the middle of the night with a young man at that, no matter how one looked at it, it felt somewhat wrong. However, the two of them were not ordinary people. Although Jiang Ruan felt a little strange, in the end, she would not be as pedantic as she had been in her previous life. Moreover, she was anxious to understand Jiang Su Su's matter. "Don't worry, when the time comes, I will naturally come to find you," Xiao Xiao said. Jiang Ruan thought about it and nodded, then many thanks, Xiao Wanye. Lian Xiao and Bai Ji stood to one side, not making a sound, but they exchanged glances. Their own mistrust in Xiao Wanye was growing. As her personal maidservants, they were very clear about Jiang Ruan's temperament. Ever since she had woken up after falling into the water in the rural residence, she had become extremely vigilant and had never been willing to easily trust the people around her. Even towards her own maternal grandfather, Zhao Guang's family, she had some reservations. Although this Xiao Wanye's temperament was a little cold, he had helped Jiang Ruan a lot over the past few times. If they could form a marriage, the two maidservants thought in their hearts, it would be much better than marrying someone else. Naturally, Jiang Ruan did not know that her two personal maidservants had unknowingly sold her out. She lowered her head and continued to drink her tea. As she thought about being able to uncover Jiang Su's secret, her mood, which had been hazy for the past few days, became much more cheerful. You actually dared to bring such an unpresentable foo powder in front of me. Do you think that this lady is easy to deceive? Get out. A small round box was thrown out with a "pa" sound. The fine powder inside was scattered all over the floor, leaving tiny traces in the air. Jiang Li swept the things on the table onto the floor in an extremely dispirited manner, a bunch of trash. The maidservant beside her, Shi Lu, comforted her, "Miss, don't be angry. In a few days, the people from Zhuolangzhong's Fu will arrive. At that time, Miss will be beautiful and bright. You should go happily." It would have been better if she had not said it, but once she did, Jiang Li was filled with anger. "I don't understand. What's so bad about me that the Zhuo family is still so displeased? They are actually so fixated on that sickly wretch." Shi Lu advised, "Zhuolangzhong is a good person and will naturally keep his promises. It seems that he is only acting this way because of his promise to 4th Mississippi. When Miss marries, he will naturally treat Miss well. They really mistook fish eyes for pearls," Jiang Li said indignantly. 3 years ago, Zhuolangzhong had saved Jiang Dan's life at the palace banquet. Later on, he had sent a matchmaker to propose marriage to Jiang Dan. Second Yinyang spoke for a long time with Jiang Quan, and the candidate to marry into the Zhuo family changed from Jiang Dan to Jiang Li. Who would have known that Zhuolangzhong was actually an honest person? When he found out about this, he was furious. At that time, the Gung invitation cards had already been exchanged, and the birth dates and 8 characters had already been matched, so it was not good to go back on the deal. Who would have thought that Zhuolangzhong would make another request? Every time she thought of this, Jiang Li would be incessantly angry. Zhuolangzhong had actually indicated to Jiang Quan that he was willing to marry Jiang Dan as a co-wife. Sisters working together for one husband, if news of this spread, it would be a story that would spread far and wide. However, Jiang Li had always been a narrow-minded person, so naturally, she was unwilling to accept this outcome. Moreover, Jiang Quan was also unwilling to place both his daughters in Zhuolangzhong's Fu. The most shocking thing was Jiang Dan. Jiang Quan and Jiang Li had not yet given her any orders, but Jiang Dan had taken the initiative to reject this kind of marriage. Immediately, the capital was abuzz with this news, saying that the 4th Miss of the Jiang Fu did not know what was good for her, and did not even care for the position of co-wife in Zhuolangzhong's Fu. In fact, with Jiang Dan's status, to be able to climb into Zhuolangzhong's Fu was already like a phoenix, let alone a co-wife. After Jiang Dan's rejection, things became much easier to handle. Jiang Su had already gone through her hairpin ceremony the day before she returned to the Fu. Immediately after Jiang Li's hairpin ceremony, they could start arranging the marriage with Zhuolangzhong. On that day, Zhuolangzhong would also personally attend the ceremony, which was supposed to be a good thing. However, who would have expected that at this time, Jiang Li would start making trouble? It was not for anything else, but for the past few days, all the rouge and face powder that had been sent to her courtyard had been rejected by Jiang Li. Although second Yinyang was only a Yinyang, she still had some spare money on hand. Moreover, she only had one daughter, so she was naturally willing to part with it. These rouge and face powder were all high-quality goods from the best shops in the capital. In the past, they had been used well, but now, Jiang Li did not like them anymore. In fact, it was not for anything else. For the past 3 years, there had only been Jiang Li and Jiang Dan in the Jiang Fu. Ever since the exchange of marriage, Jiang Dan had become even more autistic and reserved, and almost never left her courtyard. Most of the social engagements between the Jiang Fu and the ladies in the capital were attended by Jiang Li. In the past few years, Jiang Li had regarded herself as the daughter of the Jiang Fu. Who would have thought that Jiang Su and Jiang Ruan would suddenly return? Needless to say, Jiang Ruan had transformed into a Junju, and even had the protection of the Zhao family. Jiang Su had originally thought that after going to the family temple, she would naturally not be able to raise her head. Who would have thought that she would become more and more beautiful with each passing day? With Jiang Wan and Jiang Su in front of her, the appearance that Jiang Li was so proud of became a joke. Naturally, no matter what she looked at, she did not like it. She clenched her fists tightly. What about the hairpin ceremony? Even with those two in front of me, everyone will go to look at them. Who will still look at me? Miss, please don't say that. Shi Lu whispered, eldest miss is now a Junju, but accompanying the monarch is like accompanying a tiger. The more the palace says, the more mistakes there will be. Who knows what will happen in the future? Needless to say, second miss, even after 3 years, everyone has still heard of what happened in the past. In the future, it will still be very difficult to talk about marriage. Now, Miss seems to be the most comfortable in the Fu. After the hairpin ceremony, Zhuo Langzhong will marry you. Even Laoi cannot control this marriage. You will be married before eldest Miss and second Mississippi, isn't that great? After listening to the maidservant's words, Jiang Li's heart slowly calmed down. You are right, there is nothing for me to worry about. At least, the husband that I will marry will be better than them. Shi Lu carefully comforted her for a while, and Jiang Li finally calmed down. She no longer threw tantrums and threw rouge. The night sky was unusually dark, and the stars that filled the sky were even more dazzling, as if they were about to fall from the top of one's head. It was already late at night, and the courtyard was quiet. The entire capital of the great Jin dynasty had fallen into a deep sleep. The Jiangfu was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wanju's room was still quietly lit by a small lamp. The light was so weak in the night that it could barely reflect the floral window in front of the study table. Lian Qiao, with some heartache, handed over a small cup of honey water. Miss, why don't you rest for a while? This servant will keep watch for you. If Xiao Wangye arrives, this servant will wake you up. What time is it now? Miss, be careful with your body. Lian Qiao secretly cursed in her heart. Of all the times this Xiao Wangye could have picked, he had to pick the midnight hour. Jiang Wan had always slept early, and this time, she was already drowsy, yet she still kept watch over the lamp, waiting for that person to arrive. Lian Qiao looked at the hourglass. Hey, it's almost midnight. Jiang Wan had originally supported her chin with one hand and looked at the lamp in front of her with the other, bored to death. When she heard Lian Qiao's words, she became a little more spirited. Xiao Xiao was a dignified Wangye, and she did not know how he had entered the Jiangfu. Could it be that he had climbed over the wall? Or perhaps he had crawled through a dog hole? When she thought of that incomparably handsome face covered in dirt and grime in the dog hole, Jiang Wan could not help but giggle. Are you very happy? A cold and slightly hoarse voice sounded beside her ear, and at the same time, she could smell the faint scent of green bamboo on the man's body. Jiang Wan was slightly startled, but Lian Qiao had already cried out, Aya. Although Jiang Wan was also startled in her heart, she had always been good at pretending, and there was not a trace of panic on her face. She just looked Xiao Xiao up and down, blinked, and said somewhat disappointedly, it's actually not him. Not what? Xiao Xiao glanced at Lian Qiao, and she hurriedly lowered her head and retreated. Jiang Wan looked at the person in front of her. He was dressed in a pitch-black, heavenly fragrant silk robe, and at his waist was a golden barbarian rhinoceros belt, outlining his nimble figure. He looked more like a youth than usual. Under the light of the lamp, Xiao Xiao's facial features were all the more gentle and beautiful, and his pair of pitch-black eyes were even more dazzling than the stars in the sky. There was a hint of a smile on his face, and his thin lips were tightly pursed, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. She had always looked at beauties under the lamp, but under the light of the lamp, this youth was even more beautiful than in 100 days. Jiang Wan thought to herself, evildoer, and turned her gaze away. She had thought that he would dress up like a rapist, or at least that he would appear somewhat reserved and cowardly when visiting a woman's boudoir at night. However, this Xiao Xiao was not like an ordinary person, he was so magnanimous that it was astonishing. Moreover, from the beginning until now, his elegance had not diminished one bit. How did he look like he was here to explore a secret? He was clearly here to be a guest. Xiao Xiao looked outside. It's not bad, let's go. Jiang Yuan looked at him in astonishment. Should I just follow you like this? No need. After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the back of Jiang Yuan's collar. Without waiting for Jiang Yuan to say anything, he leaped out of the window. Jiang Yuan was startled, and subconsciously wrapped her hands around Xiao Xiao's waist. The sound of the wind whistling in her ears, and her heart was filled with anxiety. This kind of nervousness was different from the nervousness she felt when scheming against people on a daily basis. It was a kind of pure nervousness due to the unknown. It was like the nervousness she felt when Zhao Mei was still alive, and Jiang Xing had sneaked her out of the Fu to see the temple fair, and when they had crawled out of the dog's hole, afraid that they would be discovered. Within that nervousness, there was also a little excitement, as if she had returned to the time when she did not need to worry about anything. It was a kind of excitement that she had not felt for a long time, and it actually made her forget the fear of being brought into the air, and she became somewhat at a loss. Xiao Xiao saw that Jiang Yuan was unusually quiet, and could not help but lower his head to look at her. He saw that on that charming and beautiful little face, there was an expression of bewilderment and some cautious longing. It was a far cry from her usual calm and serene demeanor, as if this was how a young girl of her age should be. Seeing Jiang Yuan like this, Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned. His gaze fell on Jiang Yuan's tightly wrapped arms around his waist. Her slender and soft fingers tightly gripped his jet-black clothes, making them appear even more lustrous like jade. He did not know why, but he only felt that his waist, which was being held by those hands, was unconsciously becoming hot. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao and Jiang Yuan landed in a courtyard. Jiang Yuan stood still and released her hands. At first glance, she was stunned. It was Su Xian Yuan. She looked at Xiao Xiao somewhat suspiciously. How did you know this place? Could it be that you've been here before? Xiao Xiao had entered and exited the Jiang Fu as if there was no one there, and had so easily found Jiang Su's courtyard. Xiao Xiao. Although it was indeed not his first time coming to Su Xian Yuan, the last time was when Jiang Yuan had castrated Li Yang. He had watched the entire scene from the top of the tree, and in the end, he had even lent Jiang Yuan a hand. However, it was better not to say it now. Genie checked and drew a map for me, he explained. Jiang Yuan nodded, so that's how it is. Her expression was one of disbelief, and Xiao Xiao felt even more helpless. The two of them walked to the corner of the courtyard, behind Jiang Su's room, where there was a small empty room. The two of them walked around the back of the empty room, and suddenly heard a strange sound. The sound was somewhat abrupt in the night sky, but they could still hear something similar. It sounded like something was struggling with all its might, and there was also something flopping on the ground, sweeping out a large noise. Xiao Xiao frowned, picked up a small stone from the ground, and flicked it at the window. A small hole quietly appeared in the window. Xiao Xiao stepped forward to take a look, and his expression slowly became serious. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yuan patted his arm. Xiao Xiao stepped back, and Jiang Yuan put her eyes to the small hole to take a look. She saw a scene that made one's breathing involuntarily stagnate. There was a faint light in the room, but even that faint light was enough to see clearly that a person was holding something in her hand, and was engrossed in gnawing on it. When she turned her head, she could clearly see that the thing in that person's hand was a hen with disheveled feathers. The chicken's neck was about to fall off, and its feathers were stained with blood. It was on the verge of death. That person's skin was so fair that it was almost bewitching. Her eyes were drifting, and she was dressed in white. Her appearance was clear and elegant, like that of a fairy. However, the corner of her mouth was stained with blood, and she looked like a ferocious ghost. It was Jiang Su. Chapter 107. Jiang Ruan's gaze became sluggish, but at this moment, there seemed to be footsteps coming from outside. Xiao Xiao's expression changed, and he grabbed Jiang Ruan's arm and hid behind the door of the small house. It was Butterfly who walked in, and after a while, she came out carrying the dead chicken. She dug a hole under the peach tree in the courtyard and buried the dead chicken. Looking at her familiar movements, it was clearly not the first time she had done this. Jiang Ruan wanted to move, but in a moment of carelessness, the hair ornament on her head wrapped around Xiao Xiao's collar. Only then did she realize that the two of them were very close. Xiao Xiao's bamboo scent was faintly discernible, and the coldness of his clothes was strangely reassuring. After the people in the house left, the lights went out. It seemed that after doing all this, they could brazenly go to sleep. When there were no more sounds in the courtyard, Xiao Xiao carried Jiang Ruan back to Ruanju. In the room, Lian Qiao and Bai Ji were waiting anxiously. Seeing the two of them return safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lian Qiao and Bai Ji saw that Xiao Xiao and Jiang Ruan had something to say, so they left and closed the door. Xiao Xiao sat down at the table, and Jiang Ruan poured him a cup of cold tea. She asked, "Just now, you clearly saw that she. Is it the secret technique she practices?" "Yes." Xiao Xiao took the tea but did not drink it. His gaze fell on the floating tea leaves in the teacup. He said, "She has been practicing for a long time. After a while, there is no need to use the chicken blood." Jiang Ruan frowned. 3 years ago, Jiang Su went to the family temple. How could it be related to the secret technique of the southern frontier? She said, "How did the secret technique of the southern frontier reach the central plains?" Xiao Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Someone is secretly helping Jiang Su. Is it help or use?" Jiang Ruan asked. Xiao Xiao shook his head. "Before we find the person, everything is uncertain." Jiang Ruan lowered her head. Xiao Xiao looked at her seriously. From this angle, he could see Jiang Ruan's slender neck. Perhaps it was because the light from the lamp made her appear softer, or perhaps her attitude had been very gentle from beginning to end tonight, but there was no trace of her usual estrangement. At this moment, the frown on her face made people feel that this expression should not have appeared on her face. It made people want to do something for her. Thus, before Xiao Xiao could figure out what he was thinking in his heart, he heard his own cold and clear voice ring out, "The Jiang Fu is no longer safe. I will find someone by your side to protect you." Jiang Ruan was slightly startled. "There's no need. Jiang Su has been affected by the Nanjiang people's secret technique, so it's impossible for the Nanjiang people to just leave like this. I'm guessing that they're in a very close place, so Jiang Su will come in handy one day. If there are people from the southern wilderness in the Jiangfu, your situation will be very dangerous." Xiao Xiao thought for a moment before saying, "I will send a woman over." Jiang Ruan raised her head to look at him. The youth in front of her was cold and handsome, yet he was thoughtful and considerate. It was undeniable that it was tempting to have someone who knew martial arts protecting him. If there was anything that could be used, she should make the best use of it. She thought for a moment and said, "Thank you." Xiao Xiao nodded. "I'll head back first. I'll send him over tomorrow." Jiang Ruan nodded. Xiao Xiao glanced at her, and in the next second, he leaped out of the window and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Lian Qiao and Bai Ji were called in. The two servant girls were somewhat surprised. How did Xiao Wanya disappear in the blink of an eye? "Just now, we servants were watching the door tightly, but no one came in." Jiang Ruan shook her head. Xiao Xiao had really figured out the Jiang Fu thoroughly. Even though he was a gentleman on the beam, he still acted so elegantly. In all of Dajin, perhaps he was the only one who could do this. Thinking of the person that Xiao Xiao was going to send over tomorrow, her heart was somewhat curious. Lien Xiao saw that it was getting late and hurriedly said, "Miss, please rest first. You will wake up later tomorrow." She then helped Jiang Wan to the bed, blew out the lamp, and left. Because she had slept too late the day before, Jiang Wan slept until the sun was high up in the sky on the second day. When Lien Xiao brought water in to help her freshen up, she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Jiang Wan looked at her and said, "Why are you holding back? What's the matter? Speak." Lien Xiao blinked her eyes. "Miss, fifth Yinyang is expecting." "So soon?" Jiang Wan was not surprised and smiled. "She has thought it through. Miss already knew that fifth Yinyang would act so soon." Lien Xiao asked in surprise. "She is not stupid. The longer she waits, the greater the risk she will face." Jiang Wan said indifferently. Hong Ying was the most intelligent person. She was also the most thorough in analyzing the pros and cons of a conflict. Now that Xia Yan was pregnant, she was the most important person in the Jiangfu. No matter how much Jiang Quan doted on her, if Xia Yan were to use the future child of the Fu's little young master as a raft, when the time came, Hong Ying would be doomed. Just look at Hong Ying's fate in her previous life. In this life, as soon as Jiang Wan mentioned it, Hong Ying immediately understood. If Xia Yan really made a move and Hong Ying was pregnant, Jiang Quan would not act blindly without thinking for the sake of the child. A child was Xia Yan's pass and Hong Ying's escape card. However, when Xia Yan found out that Hong Ying was pregnant, what kind of expression would she have? In Yan Hua Yuan. Xia Yan suddenly smashed the cup in front of her. "Did you see it clearly? She really has a pulse of pregnancy." Standing in front of Xia Yan was a middle-aged man dressed in brown clothes. He held a medicine box in his hand and said, "I have already taken her pulse. It is indeed a pulse of pregnancy." Slut! How could she get pregnant like this? Xia Yan flew into a rage. Hong Ying had drunk the contraceptive medicine under the nose of her trusted aide, Li Momo. She did not expect that there would suddenly be news of good news. In that case, the contraceptive medicine must not have been drunk by Hong Ying. Now it was too late to tamper with it. Her gaze fell on the doctor in front of her, and she suddenly moved. "Doctor, do you know of any method to cause a miscarriage without anyone knowing?" The doctor treated the Furins and young ladies of the mansion all year round, so naturally he was well versed in such matters. He said in a low voice, "There is, but, then I will have to trouble the doctor." Xia Yan touched the golden hairpin in her hair. "After the matter is completed, this Furin will certainly reward you handsomely." The doctor's expression brightened. Seeing this, a trace of malice flashed through Xia Yan's eyes. However, there was nothing to be happy about just being pregnant. Even for the nobles in the palace, whether the children born could grow up safely was a variable, let alone a seed that had not yet been born. If one wanted to have a child, a concubine from a brothel would also have to see if one had the good fortune. The happiest people in the Fu were none other than Jiang Quan and the old Jiang madam. However, the old Jiang madam was aging day by day, and her health was not as good as before. She had very few moments of sobriety, and after speaking for a while, she became tired. Jiang Quan, on the other hand, was very happy. Although he had 4 daughters, he only had Jiang Xing and Jiang Chao as sons. He had never treated Jiang Xing as a son. No matter how high Jiang Xing's official position was, or how influential he was in the court, he could not be controlled by Jiang Quan. Although Jiang Chao was now working under Xianli, he had failed in the imperial examinations and made such a big mess at Baihualu. Later, the matter with the prime minister's Fu had caused him to become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Subconsciously, Jiang Quan was already very disappointed with Jiang Chao. Who would have thought that after the age of 40, Hong Ying would be pregnant? This had already made him very happy, and he had been hoping to give the Jiang Fu a younger son. Who would have thought that Hong Ying would also be pregnant at this time? This was a pleasant surprise. Although Hong Ying had come from a brothel, she was gentle and sensible, and had a lofty character that Xia Yan did not have. If he could give birth to a son as talented as Hong Ying, even if he was a bastard son, he would still treat him with great care. Xia Yan was dignified, and Hong Ying was proud and aloof. With a lovely wife and beautiful concubines in his arms, a large number of children, and an official career that could be considered successful, wouldn't life be beautiful? Jiang Quan was still dreaming this beautiful dream, unaware that his beautiful concubine had just swallowed a medicine in the room when the maid asked, "Yinyang, do you still want water?" Hong Ying shook her head. It must be known that she had spent a large sum of money to obtain this medicine. After decocting it and drinking it, her pulse would have the tendency to move. Even if the physician came, he would not be able to detect any problems and would only treat it as a pulse of pregnancy. Now that she had already deceived the Fu's physician, and the physician that Xia Yan had invited also did not find anything strange, it could be assumed that she should be able to settle down for a while. She slowly relaxed, and her gaze slid over the shelf where Jiang Quan had sent people to deliver a small mountain of tonics. A proud smile appeared on her face. Jiang Wan was just thinking about picking a time to see Hong Ying when she heard the little maid at the front door hurriedly run over and say to Lu Zhu Jiejie, "There is a young lady outside kneeling in front of the Fu's door. She must want to see eldest Mississippi." Jiang Wan walked out and asked the maid, "Looking for me?" "Who is it?" The maid shook her head, "I don't know. She looks like a young lady from an ordinary family, and she looks fair and clean. She only says that she is looking for Miss to repay a debt of gratitude, and refuses to say anything else." Jiang Wan recalled Xiao Xiao's words from last night, thought for a moment, and said, "All right, I will go and take a look." Just as she reached the Fu's door, she saw a young lady kneeling straight in front of the Jiang Fu's door. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and was dressed in a green robe with her head lowered. Outside the Jiang Fu's door, a large crowd of commoners had already gathered to watch the commotion. They all wanted to see why this young lady had come. Jiang Wan walked over and asked, "Are you looking for me?" The young lady was kneeling with her head lowered, and when she suddenly heard Jiang Ruan's voice, she raised her head, revealing a delicate and pretty little face. Sure enough, it looked fair and clean. She said, "Tianzhu has come to fulfill the vow we made that day, and henceforth will serve Mississippi." Jiang Wan raised her eyebrows, but did not continue the conversation, and waited for her to continue. Sure enough, the young lady continued, "At that time, Tianzhu's parents were harmed by roving bandits. In desperation, she wanted to sell her body to bury them, but was entangled by a scoundrel. Fortunately, Miss extended a helping hand, otherwise, she would have been torn apart and eaten by that scoundrel. At that time, Miss gave Tianzhu money to bury her parents, but left without saying anything. Miss is Tianzhu's benefactor, and now that she has finally found her benefactor, Tianzhu is willing to serve Miss forever." Hearing this, the crowd understood. Presumably, this eldest Miss of the Jiang family's D family had the heart of a bodhisattva. At that time, she had saved someone and left without leaving her name. Fortunately, the person who had received her kindness also understood the principle of a drop of water being repaid with a gushing spring, so she eagerly came to repay her kindness. Jiang Wan looked at the young lady who called herself Tianzhu. On her face, there was a mixture of gratitude and grief. She really did look like she was repaying a debt of gratitude, and was indeed an excellent actress. However, in her heart, Jiang Wan was somewhat speechless. What did Xiao Xiao mean by this? To fabricate such a life story for Tianzhu, could it be that he wanted to conveniently praise her character and give her a good reputation among the common people? This did not matter. She was used to hearing the name of a demoness, and the heart of a bodhisattva, but now, it really did not suit her. Since you wholeheartedly want to repay my kindness, if I really wanted you to go back, you would not be willing. Jiang Wan smiled faintly, then, you can stay by my side. Being so direct and efficient, the crowd of onlookers was stunned. That young lady was also somewhat incredulous. According to common sense, a normal woman would not say, I saved you not to ask you to repay my kindness, you should go back, and so on. Jiang Wan accepted it so readily, so wasn't her words just now a waste? However, this young lady was only stunned for a moment, and then she respectfully said, Miss, please bestow me a name. No need, your original name is quite pleasant to hear. Let's call it Tianzhu. Tianzhu nodded, yes, Mississippi. Jiang Wan dismissed the people outside and brought this newly hired maidservant back to the courtyard. Once back at Wanzhou, Jiang Wan entered the room. Lu Zhu was outside watering the flowers, and when she saw Tianzhu, she blinked and looked at her curiously. Tianzhu followed Jiang Wan back into the room, and Lian Xiao and Bai Ji retreated and closed the door, leaving Jiang Wan and Tianzhu alone. Jiang Wan seriously sized up the young lady in front of her. Being alone with her in the room, Tianzhu was not as meek and humble as she had been at the entrance of the Jiangfu. Her whole person exuded a kind of cold temperament, and there was a hint of Xiao Xiao's shadow. She raised her eyebrows and asked, How long have you been with him? 10 years. Tianzhu did not even raise her head as she quickly replied, My life was saved by Master, and Master has asked me to protect Mississippi. Since your Master has given you to me, from now on, your Master is no longer Xiao Xiao, but me. If one day I want you to betray Xiao Xiao, you can only obey. Jiang Wan said lightly. Tianzhu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly raised her head. It turned out that in her heart, she was also very puzzled. Everyone in the embroidered uniform guard was very curious about the girl who could make Master punish Yi Feng for 3 whole years. However, they could only hear rumors. Apart from those who specially inquired about Jiang Ruan's information, no one else had the right to know. When she was very young, she had been brought back to the embroidered uniform guard by Xiao Xiao, and could be considered one of the most outstanding members of the embroidered uniform guard. Although she was a woman, her martial arts were not weak. Initially, Tianzhu was somewhat unconvinced that Xiao Xiao wanted to send her to the side of a young lady from an official's family for personal protection. Just now, when Jiang Wan had straightforwardly accepted her at the entrance of the Jiangfu, she had already been somewhat surprised. Now, these words made Tianzhu even more incredulous. When she met Jiang Ruan's gaze, she could not help but stare blankly. What kind of gaze was that? It was absolutely cold and heavy, as if it carried an examination that was carved into the soul. From a young age, they had learned to kill, and only killers would have such a cold gaze. However, it was impossible for the eldest miss of the Jiang family to be a killer. Under Jiang Ruan's cold gaze, she unexpectedly felt a trace of uneasiness in her heart. She pursed her lips and did not speak. It is difficult to abandon an old master, I understand. Jiang Wan said lightly, but Tianzhu, you must remember, you are currently unable to regard me as your master, and similarly, I am unable to regard you as my confidant. Among the maidservants by my side, you know martial arts, and there are some things that I may only instruct you to do. However, before you regard me as your master, I will not treat you with sincerity. These words were so magnanimous that it made one's heart turn cold. Unexpectedly, she was not even willing to deceive others. Tianzhu felt her heart tremble as she listened. After a moment of silence, she said, Tianzhu understands. Jiang Wan knocked on the teacup in front of her, these few days, pay close attention to my second younger sister's courtyard. Do not let go of Furen's courtyard either. Tianzhu lowered her head, yes. The days passed by peacefully, as if everything was peaceful and serene. Jiang Quan was busy with official business every day, and Jiang Chao was not often at the Fu. Xia Yan and Hongying stayed in their own courtyard all day, peacefully nurturing the fetus, and did not have any conflicts. On the other hand, Jiang Su came out again, but compared to her previous arrogant and willful self, she seemed to have become much more gentle. Even the old Jiang madam praised her for going to the temple. Now, she had become more Buddha-like, and her temperament was more gentle than before. In this way, everything that had happened 3 years ago could be blamed on the ghost that had possessed her. If there was anything that happened, it would be Jiang Li and Jiang Dan's hairpin ceremony. Jiang Li's hairpin ceremony was extremely lively, and Second Yin had always been able to make a scene. Because Jiang Wan and Jiang Su's hairpin ceremony was not held in the capital, Jiang Li's hairpin ceremony was held like that of a daughter. The people from Zhualangzhongfu also came, but they did not say anything. The wedding date was set for the end of summer that year. The main reason was that Zhualangzhong was not young anymore, and the Fu had been pressing him. Moreover, this marriage had been decided 3 years ago, and neither family had said anything. Jiang Dan also appeared at Jiang Li's hairpin ceremony that day. She did not show the slightest bit of unwillingness, and appeared extremely obedient. She sincerely wished Jiang Li her adulthood. In this way, those who had originally despised Jiang Dan felt that this Shu daughter was actually very gentle, and was also magnanimous. In a short period of time, she gained many favorable impressions. However, Jiang Dan's hairpin ceremony could not compare to Jiang Li's hairpin ceremony. Because Xia Yan was pregnant, and so was Hong Ying. The old Jiang madam's health was not good, and the eldest Yin Yang had been invisible for many years. The responsibility of presiding over Jiang Dan's hairpin ceremony fell to the second Yin Yang. No matter what, the second Yin Yang would not let Jiang Dan's hairpin ceremony be any better than Jiang Li's. That day, it was extremely perfunctory. However, Jiang Dan's face was devout, and there was not the slightest bit of unhappiness on her face. Jiang Wan smiled as she watched. Jiang Dan's state of mind was becoming more and more profound with each passing day. Jiang Quan thought of her as an obedient child, but Jiang Wan knew that her fourth sister was not so simple. However, aside from these things, her days were extremely carefree. It was as if the Jiang Fu had always been a harmonious and warm family, and not a dangerous azure field. By the time the blooming period of the peach blossoms in front of the door had passed, Xia Yan's belly was already very obvious. She also showed signs of pregnancy. Her appetite became very good, and her body had even gained a size. This time, she was even fiercer than when she was pregnant with Jiang Su and her younger sister. Perhaps it was because she was getting on in years, and did not pay attention to maintaining her appearance. She was like a completely different person from her usual elegant and beautiful appearance. Although she was also pregnant, Hong Ying had become even more tender and beautiful. It was unknown whether it was because she was pregnant, but her entire complexion had become much rosier. Unlike Xia Yan, although her pregnancy had gradually begun to show, she cleaned herself up very quickly every day. Compared to her proud and aloof appearance of the past, she had a few traces of a woman's charm after becoming pregnant, and she was even more radiant. On one side was his wife, who had put on some weight, and on the other side was his even more beautiful and alluring concubine. Jiang Quan was usually not a person who coveted beauty, but men, after all, liked fresh and beautiful things. Moreover, Xia Yan had already given birth to Jiang Su and Jiang Chao, and Hong Ying was carrying his first child. Although Jiang Quan also ordered people to take care of Xia Yan attentively, he ran to Jiang Su's courtyard more frequently. Chapter 108. The good times of spring always passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the heat of summer arrived. Lu Zhu had bought large chunks of ice outside and placed them in the house. The Empress Dowager had rewarded her with a lot of money. Although ice was a good thing, Jiang Wan did not lack it. The iced lotus leaf and lotus seed porridge was served by Lian Qiao. Jiang Wan tasted it and found that it was sweet and delicious. It was indeed the best taste of summer. Although there were not many bamboos planted in the western corner of the courtyard, the verdant green color was indeed beautiful enough. Therefore, although the sun was scorching outside, Wan Ju always had a sense of comfort. Lu Zhu was greedy for the cold and did all the embroidery work in the house. Jiang Wan did not say anything. Tian Zhu was like a decoration, sitting at the side and watching Lu Zhu embroider a handkerchief. In fact, it was not that Tian Zhu was not outstanding enough. On the contrary, if her embroidery was taken out and said to be the work of a famous embroiderer in the capital, no one would doubt it. Although Jiang Wan usually wore brightly colored clothes, she did not care much about these things. She simply told Tian Zhu not to do anything. She just needed to pay attention to gathering information. It was cooler in the house, but the sun outside seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. It was already afternoon. After eating lunch and eating a bowl of cold dessert, Jiang Wan also felt a little sleepy. Just as she was about to get up and rest on the couch, someone came to the courtyard. It was old Jiang Madam's maid, Du Wan. Tian Zhu asked, "Why are you here?" Du Wan smiled and said, "Old master's former colleague came to visit old madam and gave her 2 bolts of Choyu silk. He asked Nubi to bring 1 bolt to Mississippi." Jiang Wan said, "Third younger sister and fourth younger sister also have one." Du Wan smiled as she looked at Jiang Wan. Nowadays, in the Jiangfu, no one dared to look down on this eldest young Mississippi. Although when the late Furen was still alive, she had been given the cold shoulder by master, and the position of the late Furen, eldest young master, and eldest young miss in the Fu could be trampled upon by even a maidservant. Originally, they had thought that it would be impossible for them to rise again in this lifetime. Who knew that eldest young master would become a high-ranking military officer of the Jin court, and eldest miss would become the current Junju? Even without the title of Junju, the General Fu was clearly supporting her, so who would dare to look down on her? Therefore, it could be said that people's encounters were truly wonderful. She opened her mouth and said, "No, there are only 2 bolts." Old Furen wanted to give them to Furen, but Furen said that she was old and that it would look better if they were given to the young ladies of the residence. In terms of status, you and second young miss deserve it. Moreover, third young miss and fourth young miss are indeed a bit young. In her heart, Jiang Wan almost laughed in spite of herself. Jiang Li and Jiang Dan were both young ladies of marriageable age. The 4 of them were similar in age, so it was necessary to differentiate between the Di and Shu wives. There was nothing wrong with this, but it was Xia Yan who had brought it up. Jiang Wan ordered Bai Ji to receive the Choyu silk thread and said to Du Wan, "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Du Wan Jia to thank Zumo on my behalf." Du Wan hurriedly smiled and declined, "Eldest miss, you are going to make this servant suffer." She looked at Jiang Ruan's smiling appearance and sighed in her heart. Normally, Jiang Wan did not put on airs. Even after she had been promoted to Junju, she did not deliberately request the servants to treat her with the courtesy of a Junju. However, as long as she stood there and glanced over, it would make people's hearts feel heavy. It was as if she had the demeanor of a noble in the palace. After chatting with Jiang Wan for a while, Du Wan hurriedly left. After Du Wan left, Jiang Wan ordered Bai Ji and Lian Qiao to open the Choyu silk thread that Du Wan had brought. The Choyu silk thread originated from the Persian region and was very rare in the Great Jin dynasty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that such a bolt was worth 100 taels of gold. In fact, it was a brightly colored silk thread. Sure enough, as soon as Du Wan and Bai Ji opened it, Lu Zhu exclaimed in surprise. The silk thread was as white as jade and seemed to emit the faint luster of a pearl. Just looking at it would make one endlessly happy. If it was used to embroider a flower on a piece of clothing, she would really be in the limelight among the noble ladies of the capital. Lu Zhu excitedly said, "This silk thread is really beautiful. Why not let Tian Zhu embroider a flower?" "No, no, no, a flower is too vulgar. It would be a waste of such beautiful silk thread." Why not embroider a firefly? Tianju's hands are so dexterous, she would definitely be able to do a wonderful job. Tianju walked to the front of the Choyu silk thread and stretched out her hand to gently stroke the silk thread. Lu Zhu said with distress, "Be gentler. Don't damage the silk thread." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Tianju bend down and gently sniff at the silk thread. Jiang Wan looked at her thoughtfully. After a moment, Tianju straightened up and stretched out her hand to roll up the Choyu silk thread and put it aside. Her eyebrows quietly wrinkled. Jiang Wan looked at her thoughtfully and asked, "What's the problem?" "The Choyu silk thread itself is not a problem," Tianju said, "but this bolt has a kind of perfume added to it. When combined with the Choyu silk thread, it will have a special effect." Jiang Wan raised her eyebrows. "What effect?" "When a pregnant woman smells this fragrance, she will definitely miscarry within 3 days. Even a young girl with a pure body will not be able to conceive a child if she smells it too much," Tianju said lightly. "What?" Lian Xiao was shocked. She was so angry that she almost rushed up and tore the silk thread. How can this be? Why would the old Furin send this kind of silk thread over? Tianju said, "The perfume on top is still very fresh. It should have been soaked overnight to dry. It's not Zumo, it's Xia Yan." Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Although Xia Yan was currently pregnant and could not show her face in many matters, she was still firmly in control. The item sent by old Jiang Madam's old friend naturally had to go through Xia Yan's hands in order to be accounted for. If Xia Yan wanted to do something, it would be as easy as turning over her hand. As early as when Duwan had said that the Choyu silk thread had only been sent to her and Jiang Su, she had already felt that something was wrong. Xia Yan really did not disappoint her. What does she want to do? She really has enormous guts to actually dare to plot against Miss in this Fu. Bai Ji was also very angry, but she no longer wanted Jiang Quan to seek justice for her like she did in the past. "She is not only doing this for me," Jiang Wan said with a smile. 15 Yang's belly is already 3 months old. Hong Ying's belly was getting bigger and bigger, and Xia Yan was afraid that she could no longer sit still. However, Hong Ying was watertight and guarded her small courtyard to the death. Not even a fly could fly in. Jiang Quan had also promised Hong Ying to use her own small kitchen, so it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Xia Yan to make a move. However, the child in Hong Ying's belly was always a thorn in her heart. The son of the Jiang Fu could only crawl out of her belly. Xia Yan had been extremely anxious to come up with this idea. Although Jiang Quan did not like Jiang Wan, everyone in the Fu knew that Hong Ying and Jiang Wan had a good relationship. The servants were all Taoist priests, so it was understandable that Jiang Wan would naturally side with Hong Ying compared to her stepmother Xia Yan. Therefore, although Jiang Quan was displeased, he did not stop her. Hong Ying would often come to the Ruanju to sit. This Choyu silk thread was so rare and precious that even a daughter of Jiang Ruan's age would be impatient to use it on her clothes. If she really wore clothes embroidered with Choyu silk and sat with Hong Ying for a while, Hong Ying would have a miscarriage. When the time came to investigate, Xia Yan could easily say that each person had a bolt of Choyu silk thread. Jiang Su did not have any problems, so the problem was certainly not with the material. In the end, it would become an accident where Jiang Wan poisoned the child in Yin Yang's belly. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone would not only get rid of the child in Hong Ying's belly, but it would also give Jiang Wan a vicious reputation. So what if she was a Junju? With such a crime weighing on her, she similarly could not bear it. Xia Yan's masterful calculation really made people gasp in amazement. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. After waiting for so long, this soft tortoise had finally stretched out its limbs. Since it had moved, it would depend on who was more agile. Tianju muttered to herself, "Miss, should this subordinate exchange this silk thread with Jiang Su's?" Even though she was now with Jiang Wan, Tianzhu still referred to herself as subordinate as if she was with Xiao Xiao. There is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Jiang Wan shook her head. There is no need for you to take action, someone will solve this problem for us. Since Xia Yan wanted to deal with Hong Ying, how could Hong Ying not retaliate? She asked Tianzhu, you know poison? I once followed master to deal with the people of the southern frontier, so I know a little. The spice on it is not rare, Tianzhu said. Very good, is there a way to detoxify it? I will try. As usual, when Hong Ying came to Ruanju, she took the tea that Bai Ji had poured for her and looked at Jiang Ruan's clothes with some surprise. Your embroidery is very beautiful, the silk thread seems to be glowing. On Jiang Ruan's bright red chrysanthemum pattern, a snow-white luan was clearly embroidered. The embroidery was very exquisite, and the luan was vivid and lifelike. The silk thread also faintly emitted a kind of pearl color, which made the luan seem as if it was about to fly out of the clothes. Jiang Ruan smiled, the Chouyu silk thread that Zumo sent is very beautiful. If Yinyang likes it, you can take the remaining silk thread back. This kind of silk thread was very rare, and Hong Ying was very fond of beauty. When she heard this, she was overjoyed and immediately took the material back. After Hong Ying left, Tianzhu looked at Jiang Ruan strangely. After a moment of silence, she asked, Miss, why did you do this? Wouldn't it be better to have Nubi exchange the silk thread? Naturally, it's not good. Jiang Ruan smiled slightly. Xia Yan naturally needs to be dealt with, but Hong Ying is too clever. For a clever person, if there is no leverage, it is difficult to guarantee their future intentions. Of course, Jiang Ruan did not tell Tianzhu the most important reason. Because of her relationship with Pei in her previous life, although she would not pity the child in Xia Yan's womb, she would not take the initiative to kill it. Letting Tianzhu make a move was one thing, and guiding Hong Ying to do it was another. In her previous life, Xia Yan and Jiang Su had been very proficient in using a borrowed knife to kill people. In this life, she would not be bad. Jiang Ruan instructed Hong Ying, tomorrow morning, go and tell 5th Yinyang that the silk thread contained a perfume that causes miscarriage. That was Furan's doing. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. While Jiang Ruan was still freshening up, Hong Ying hurriedly rushed into Ruanju with the Chouyu silk thread. Perhaps it was because of the sudden news that her heart was heavy, Hong Ying's expression carried a rare anxiety, and there was no trace of her usual calm elegance. She immediately asked, eldest young lady, what's going on? Yesterday, she really liked the Chouyu silk thread, so she brought it back to the courtyard. She was still thinking about what kind of flower to make it, but she did not expect that early in the morning, Tianzhu, who was by Jiang Ruan's side, would come over to inform her that the Chouyu silk thread had been tampered with, and that it was something that could cause miscarriage. Jiang Ruan poured her a cup of tea. Yinyang, don't be anxious, I have also been tricked in this matter. She sighed. If this kind of perfume was used by a young lady in the boudoir, in the future, I am afraid that, they would not be able to conceive. Hong Ying stared blankly, this was something she had never thought of. She looked at Jiang Ruan hesitantly, eldest miss, then what are you going to do now? What else can I do? Go and find a doctor to take a look. Jiang Ruan shook her head. Hong Ying said, how can this be? Furan is so vicious, actually wanting to harm young miss, and even the child in this concubine's womb. This kind of behavior is really hateful. This lowly concubine is just a servant, while young miss is a golden branch, a jade leaf, a dignified eldest daughter of the Jiangfu. How can this be tolerated? The Empress Dowager loves young miss dearly, so if young miss were to report this matter to the Empress Dowager would definitely uphold justice for young Mississippi. Jiang Ruan glanced at her with a smile that was not a smile. Hong Ying was also not a fool, yet she still wanted to use her to deal with Xia Yan. How could there be such an easy thing in this world? She was also not a bodhisattva, so why should she sweep away the stumbling blocks for the common people? Yin Yang, do you really think that it would be better to enter the palace and report to the Empress Dowager? Jiang Wan asked. Hong Ying's heart skipped a beat as she heard the hidden meaning in Jiang Ruan's words. Hesitantly, she said, "This. Is there something wrong with this? Yin Yang, you must think carefully. If this Chou silk is used on the body, within 3 days, it will definitely cause a miscarriage. To tell you the truth, my Ruanju is actually not very clean. Moreover, when Yin Yang carried the Chou silk back yesterday, many servant girls saw it on the way. The Jiangfu is not big, so such a small matter can be found out with a careful investigation. Since Yin Yang is pregnant, and there are no signs of a miscarriage while carrying the Chou silk, if Furen were to find out, I wonder what she would think." Hong Ying stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly understood the meaning of Jiang Ruan's words and felt a chill run down her spine. Jiang Ruan continued, "I can naturally enter the palace and report to the Empress Dowager, but if Furen is really found out, she will certainly not surrender without a fight. She hates Yin Yang so much that even if she dies, she will certainly drag Yin Yang down with her. At that time, the imperial physicians in the palace will not be able to be bribed by ordinary people, and if there is any problem, it will be obvious. If Yin Yang is like this, I am afraid that she will also end up with a dismal ending. I have nothing, and Furen will eventually have retribution for harming me, but Yin Yang, are you willing to let everything that you have painstakingly obtained go up in smoke? Is Yin Yang willing?" Every word was like a spell to bewitch people's minds. Hong Ying muttered, "Not willing, I am not willing." Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Hong Ying looked at Jiang Wan and suddenly grabbed Jiang Ruan's sleeve, Miss, save this concubine. This concubine does not want to be conspired against by Furen, this concubine only wants to have a foothold in the Fu." She finally understood that only the eldest young miss of the Jiang Fu, the current Hong and Junju, could save her. Although Jiang Wan did not say anything, Hong Ying knew that she definitely had a way. Yin Yang need not be anxious. Jiang Wan patted her hand, and her smile became more gentle. Furen is now certain that Yin Yang will miscarry. If Yin Yang does not miscarry within 3 days, Furen will certainly suspect that Yin Yang is in the womb. However, what if Yin Yang did not take this spool of Chou silk with added spices? Hong Ying slowly released her hand and looked at Jiang Wan blankly. "There are 2 spices of Chou silk. One will be sent to my courtyard, and the other to second younger sister's courtyard. Since it is necessary to show that everything is clean, second younger sister will also make a similar set of clothes. If the maidservant takes the wrong material, then Yin Yang will only be lucky that Yin Yang did not miscarry." Hong Ying slowly regained her composure. If it was Jiang Ruan spices, it would be fine, but Jiang Su spices were added with added spices. Naturally, she would not miscarry, because the one who would miscarry would be someone else. Hong Ying opened her mouth and looked at Jiang Wan with some disbelief. "It is easy for eldest miss to say, but how can I exchange the material?" She thought for a moment. Eldest miss has many capable people by your side. Is it possible to let eldest miss, fifth Yin Yang? Not waiting for her to finish, Jiang Wan interrupted her. "Although there is a grudge between Furen and me, this grudge is not urgent. In the future, if Furen has the intention to take revenge, I will naturally think of a way. But Yin Yang cannot wait. Yin Yang, within 3 days, if you cannot exchange the spices, then you can only," she smiled slightly, "think of a way to miscarry. This method is naturally feasible, but Yin Yang will not have any bargaining chips." Hong Ying's heart thumped. Jiang Ruan's every word had hit her vitals. Yes, in order to not arouse suspicion, she could only pretend to miscarry, but in this way, she would also have no bargaining chips. If she could exchange the spices, not only could she make Xia Yan's stomach become empty, but she could also reap all the benefits from it. That spice, wasn't it Xia Yan's own doing? Jiang Ruan's voice floated over softly. "Does Yin Yang really not want to get rid of the child in Furen's stomach? Why doesn't Yin Yang ask your own heart?" Hong Ying's body trembled. Yes, she hated Xia Yan, and she hated the piece of meat in Xia Yan's stomach even more. If it were not for that piece of meat, Xia Yan would be at a good time in the Fu, and Jiang Quan would certainly place more attention on her. Hong Ying looked at Jiang Wan deeply, and suddenly stood up. Many thanks to eldest miss for the advice. Jiang Wan smiled and did not speak. The human heart was like this: jealousy, unwillingness, comparison, hatred, only needed a little bit to swallow up a person's reason. Hong Ying had already made her choice. This was the way of the world. Whatever one needed, one had to pay the same price. Before leaving, Hong Ying turned to Jiang Wan and softly said, "Eldest miss, when you gave the silk thread to this concubine, did you really not know that it was mixed with a deadly spice?" Jiang Wan picked up her tea and slowly took a sip. "I did not know." Hong Ying did not say anything more and turned to leave. After Hong Ying left, Tianzhu walked to Jiang Ruan's side and said, "Does she really have a way to exchange the silk thread?" "Naturally." Jiang Ruan's eyes narrowed. From a prostitute in a brothel to a concubine who could compete with the legal wife, she was still in the good graces of the noble Jiang Quan. Naturally, Hong Ying was not an ordinary woman. For so many years, she had remained safe and sound despite being a thorn in Xia Yan's side. If she did not have this ability, she would have been gnawed to the bone long ago. Hong Ying was not Zhao Mei. She was much smarter than Zhao Mei, and much more ruthless. Tianzhu looked at Jiang Wan and did not speak. This matter did not require Jiang Wan to act, and she had a handle on Hong Ying for no reason. Naturally, it was much better than her exchanging the silk thread. Jiang Wan lowered her eyes, but a strange smile appeared on her face. There was not a mother who did not feel pain when she lost her child. In this life, Xia Yan could empathize with her pain, and it was far more than that. Chapter 109. In the 6th month, a celestial woman's face could change at will. In the morning, it had been sunny and cloudless, but in the afternoon, it was raining cats and dogs. The ferocious rain brought a refreshing coolness to the hot summer day. Xia Yan sat in front of the open window. The cool rain fell on her face, sweeping away the haze of the past few days. Because she was pregnant, her body was afraid of the cold. Even in the summer, she had not used ice in the house. Today's rain had relieved the heat. Feitsue gently covered Xia Yan's body with her coat. "Furen, be careful not to catch a cold." "No harm." Xia Yan comfortably squinted her eyes. She seemed to be in a good mood. Even her complexion had brightened a few notches, somewhat resembling her former self. A fluttering white butterfly was embroidered on the edge of the sleeve. The butterfly was beautifully embroidered and seemed to sparkle. Xia Yan looked down and was very satisfied. Ever since she became pregnant, she couldn't wear her original clothes anymore, and could only wear some loose ones. Which woman doesn't love beauty? She's always thinking of ways to make a fuss about it. Jiang Su distributed the Chouyu silk thread and sent some to her. She used it on the edge of the sleeve. Firstly, the Chouyu silk thread was indeed beautiful. Secondly, there was an accident on Hong Ying's side. People would inevitably suspect her. Only by using it on herself would she not arouse suspicion. Thinking of Hong Ying, the corners of Xia Yan's mouth revealed a happy smile. She had spent a lot of money to buy this medicine. It could not be found in the capital, and ordinary doctors would not be able to smell it. Even if they could smell it, it would still be her fault. The servants saw with their own eyes that Hong Ying had carried the Chouyu silk thread back. Xia Yan simply wanted to laugh out loud. Even the heavens were helping her. Hong Ying was courting death. Today was the 2nd day. If it had not been today, Hong Ying would have had a miscarriage tomorrow. Feitsue gently fanned Xia Yan. Xia Yan pinched a sour plum and put it in her mouth. Recently, she had grown to love eating sour things, so she ordered the kitchen to pickle a lot of fresh green plums. Just as the plum was in her mouth, the sour taste had not yet dissolved when Xia Yan suddenly felt a pain in her lower abdomen. Her hand trembled and she immediately spat out the plum in her mouth. Clutching her lower abdomen, she cried, "It hurts." Fei Cui and Lin Lang jumped in fright and rushed to help Xia Yan up. "Furen, what's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Xia Yan increasingly felt as if a knife was being twisted in her abdomen. She actually fell off the stool, clutching her stomach in pain as she rolled on the floor. The two servant girls were instantly terrified to the point their faces turned pale, and Fei Cui said, "Could it be that Madam is about to give birth? But it's not time yet." "Ah!" Lin Lang let out a blood-curdling scream and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She could see that Xia Yan's lower body was already overflowing with a large amount of blood. They were not unmarried young ladies who did not know anything and naturally understood what this meant. Seeing this scene, Fei Cui was also at a loss. "What should we do?" "Madam, please hold on. This servant will go find master and call a doctor over." Stop right there." Xia Yan was so shocked that large beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. However, she still managed to remain clear-headed and call out to Fei Cui. She faintly understood that she might have a miscarriage. Her heart was in pain and shock, but right now, she used all her strength to say, "Do it secretly, don't let anyone else in the Fu know." Finishing speaking, she screamed again, clutching her stomach and rolling around. Jiang Wan closed the book in front of her. Tian Zhu quickly walked to her side and said in a low voice, "Xia Yan had a miscarriage." "As expected, the medicine is overbearing," Jiang Wan said indifferently. However, she did not alarm anyone else. Tian Zhu thought for a moment, she only found a doctor from outside. Now that the doctor has just left, he must have received a lot of money. "Do you have any companions?" Jiang Wan looked at Tian Zhu, "Think of a way to save that doctor's life. Xia Yan will definitely kill him to silence him." "I still have use for that doctor," Tian Zhu said. "This subordinate will go now." After Tian Zhu left, Jiang Ruan's gaze fell on the basket of snacks in front of her. Inside, there was an extremely small plum. The plums in this season had not yet ripened, and today, Lu Zhu had plucked them for fun. The plum was still green and pitifully small. In the end, it was not the time to harvest it. Jiang Wan held the plum in the palm of her hand and slowly revealed a smile. In Yan Huayuan, Xia Yan was lying on the bed, her complexion ashen like a dead person. The room was filled with the strong smell of blood. Lin Lang looked at the lump of flesh and blood in the wooden basin and could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. The doctor had said that Xia Yan was pregnant with a male fetus that had already formed. However, today, she had smelled some perfume that could cause miscarriage and had miscarried. This perfume was extremely overbearing. Not only that, but it had also damaged her foundation. In the future, she would no longer be able to have children. Xia Yan already had Jiang Chao and Jiang Su Su. Even if she could not have children in the future, she would still have a foothold in the Fu. However, they all knew where the perfume had come from. It was clearly the perfume that Xia Yan had used on Jiang Ruan's Chouyu silk thread to deal with Hong Ying. Xia Yan's gaze was lifeless as she stared fixedly at the extremely fine patterns on the canopy above her head. If not for the fact that her eyes only moved after a long time, people would have suspected that she was dead. Chouyu silk thread, Chouyu silk thread. Xia Yan laughed bitterly. So that was how it was. Hong Ying, that slut, had actually exchanged the Chouyu silk thread. Could it be that there was a spy in the courtyard who had colluded with the outside to exchange the 2 bolts of silk thread? Now, that slut in Hong Ying's belly was still alive, but her own child had lost his life. This kind of blood feud was absolutely irreconcilable. Thinking of the child in her belly, Xia Yan felt as if a knife was twisting in her heart. This child had been in her belly for so long and was about to give birth, but it had died midway. Moreover, it had been a boy. What would Jiang Quan do when he found out? He would definitely be very disappointed. How could she tell him this news? If she told him, wouldn't the slut in Hong Ying's belly be even more like a fish in water? If her child had died, wouldn't that slut in Hong Ying's belly be even more like a fish in water? Lin Lang timidly stepped forward. Furen, should we inform second miss? Don't tell her that I had a miscarriage, Xia Yan said with difficulty, just say that there was a problem with the silk thread and tell her not to use it. Xia Yan's voice was like silk. If anyone else were to find out about this matter, your family's lives would not be guaranteed. Fei Cui and Lin Lang were startled, and simultaneously lowered their heads. We will understand. Get lost. Xia Yan obviously did not want to speak anymore. Just as Fei Cui and Lin Lang were about to withdraw, Lin Lang suddenly and cautiously asked, Then what about the little master's body? Xia Yan stared blankly and looked out the window. Given the current weather, it was likely that it would not be kept for long, but looking at the badly mangled mass of flesh and blood in the wooden basin, she couldn't help but feel vexed. She immediately sneered, since it's dead, naturally it should be thrown out. She turned her head away with some disgust. Do it cleanly, don't let others catch hold of it. Fei Cui and Lin Lang's hearts turned cold. Xia Yan's actions towards their own flesh and blood were too chilling. But at the moment, there really was no other way. They naturally did not know what Xia Yan was planning, so they could only comply and leave. Xia Yan lay on the boat, and a tear suddenly fell from the corner of her eye. She turned her body sideways, and the tear quietly disappeared. A trace of malice flashed in her eyes. Her child had fallen to such a tragic end. The slut in Hong Ying's belly would certainly be 1,000 times, 10,000 times more miserable than him. That night, a small room in Yanhua Yuan was lit up. The weather had just rained, but there was still some wind in the night, causing the candlelight to sway, flickering in and out in a somewhat ghostly manner. A small voice asked, How is the disposal of that thing? To avoid arousing suspicion, it was wrapped in a coarse sackcloth. It's been disposed of quite cleanly, so no one has discovered it, another voice replied in a low voice. That's good. Tonight, the sky is so gloomy that it feels rather creepy. Do you think, could it be a wronged spirit? Shoo shoo shoo, what nonsense are you spouting in the middle of the night? The low voice seemed to be extremely wary, and hurriedly interrupted the other voice, saying, It's already so late. Since the matter has been settled, I'll go back first. Good, the other voice replied, followed by the sound of footsteps leaving. The candlelight in the room slightly illuminated the person at the table. It was Xia Yan's personal servant, Lin Lang. Today, she had handed over the dead baby to a wet nurse in the room. She had only said that it had been given birth by an unclean servant girl who had dirted herself outside, and that the thing had been handed over to be sold far away. Although this matter was somewhat taboo, the amount of silver that Lin Lang had given the old woman was sufficient, so the old woman had agreed to it. Obviously, everything had been handled appropriately, but Lin Lang did not know why, but she felt a faint sense of unease in her heart, as if something was about to happen. However, Xia Yan could not leave her side now. She pretended that she had not had a miscarriage, and that the fetus seemed to be stable as she continued to nurture it. Lin Lang, on the other hand, had to decoct a tonic for her miscarriage. After the old woman had separated from Lin Lang, she laughed merrily as she touched her own heavy pouch. Although the amount of silver that Lin Lang had given was sufficient, this dead baby could still be sold for a good price. The placenta that was attached to the dead baby's body was a good thing. There was a medicine shop in the capital that was privately engaged in this kind of business. On normal days, they would collect dead babies and resell them to others. The women in the large mansion often needed to use the placenta to nourish their beauty. However, the placenta was, after all, a bloody plaything. On normal days, they could not brazenly eat it, so they could only secretly buy it. Today, this old woman had obtained the dead baby from Lin Lang, and then resold it to the medicine shop. After returning, she had received 2 sets of silver. How could she not be happy? Immediately, she went out in high spirits to buy wine and eat. In Su Xin Yuan, Butterfly carried a glittering and translucent glass bowl and handed it to Jiang Su Su, who was lying on the couch. "Miss, drink it while it's hot." The bowl was steaming hot, but it had a nauseating color. Although the fragrance assailed one's nostrils, it also made one's stomach churn for no reason. Jiang Su Su put down the newly purchased rouge in her hand and carelessly took the glass bowl from Butterfly's hand. Using a jade spoon, she gently stirred it and carelessly said, "It's here again today." These days, there has been very little in the capital. The medicine shop's shopkeeper said that this was newly purchased today and is very fresh. This servant spent 200 taels of silver to buy it. Butterfly's expression did not change as she said, "Got it. Later, you can go to the accounts to collect the money." Jiang Su Su lifted the bowl to the tip of her nose and gently sniffed, revealing an intoxicated expression. It was not the first or second day that she had eaten the placenta. Thanks to the placenta, the scars on her face had healed so quickly. This thing was precious but not common. Others were afraid of being bloody, but she was not. For this appearance, what did this count for? In any case, recently, even chicken blood had stopped flowing, and her appearance must have become even more beautiful. It seemed that it was time to go out and take a walk. Jiang Su Su lifted the bowl and slowly savored the delicacies. Butterfly, on the other hand, was resisting the urge to vomit. In the pile of junk in front of the servant's room in Su Xin Yuan, there was a piece of cloth lying quietly. It looked like it was used to wrap something. It was a piece of coarse cloth, and there were some dark brown stains on it. At night, in order to prevent catching a cold, dewdrops covered the windows, leaving a small crack. Not only would the cold wind not enter, but the room would also be ventilated. Today's weather was refreshing, so there was no need to use ice. Tianzhu walked in from outside and walked to the side of Jiang Ruan, who was preparing to go to bed. She whispered a few words into her ear. Jiang Ruan's eyes flashed and she smiled slightly, "So that's how it is." Tianzhu could not help but frown. Xia Yan had sent her dead baby to be dealt with, but by a freak combination of factors, it had been bought back by someone from Su Xin Yuan. That Jiang Su Su had eaten her own younger brother's placenta. When she thought of this, she felt her blood run cold. Jiang Ruan said, "In this world, there is karma and retribution." Tianzhu said, "Xia Yan concealed the news of her miscarriage. Could it be that she also wanted to replace a flower with a tree? After suffering such a big loss, how could Xia Yan be willing? If she were to replace a flower with a tree, wouldn't her heart be too kind?" She pushed the stray hair in front of her eyes to the back, and her earlobes appeared even more lustrous like jade. "Then Miss Jiang Ruan shook her head and said, "Don't worry. Her spearhead is all on Hongying, and isn't Hongying also firmly biting her? We just need to sit back and watch the show. She would not act rashly unless it was time to act." Tianzhu thought for a moment, then agreed and went out. After Tianzhu left, Jiang Ruan pressed the center of her forehead and sat down to think for a while. Only then did she feel a little tired. She got up and was about to take off her outer garments when she heard a familiar voice say, "Wait." Jiang Ruan was startled. Before she could react, she subconsciously reached out to touch the dagger under her pillow. A person walked out from the shadow of the lamp. This person walked closer and closer until he stopped a few steps away from Jiang Ruan. Even though he was dressed in black, he could still wear embroidered clothes with a romantic elegance. His appearance was incomparably handsome. Who else could it be but Xiao Xiao? Even though Jiang Ruan was used to smiling, she could not help but put on a cold face and angrily said, "What is Xiao Wanya doing?" Is this how the imperial family's rules are taught? As soon as the words left her mouth, she somewhat regretted them. Although she was now Hong and Junju, Xiao Xiao was the leader of the 300,000 embroidered guards and the current head of Jinying Wangfu. In terms of rank, she was still a notch below Xiao Xiao. However, today, Xiao Xiao had come uninvited, which inevitably made her feel apprehensive. In addition, Xiao Xiao had never deliberately put on airs in front of her, so Jiang Wan had forgotten about this person's ability to call the wind and summon the rain in the Great Jin dynasty. It was only now that she regained her composure that she realized how rude her words had been. However, words that had been spoken were like water that had been spilled. She could not take them back. She simply pretended to be angry and glared at Xiao Xiao, but in her heart, she had some misgivings. Xiao Xiao was used to seeing Jiang Ruan's calm and unperturbed appearance. No matter when or where, she would be able to smile indifferently. However, today, he had unexpectedly seen Jiang Ruan explode. For a moment, he was stunned. Although he had been born in the imperial family and had never lacked the etiquette of a noble child, because he had accepted the embroidered guards and traveled outside all year round, he had also been infected with some Jianghu habits. He had a free and easy temperament that was not constrained by the secular world. Now, he regarded Jiang Ruan as one of his own. He had never thought that the other party would be an unmarried young lady. Moreover, he had not considered that in the middle of the night, there would be another person quietly appearing in the room. How much of a fright would that cause to Jiang Ruan? Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao felt a little ashamed. He pursed his lips and said, "I was inconsiderate, I apologize." As he said this, he looked at Jiang Ruan seriously. Seeing that Jiang Ruan's eyes clearly had a guilty conscience, yet she was still glaring angrily at him, he stared blankly and found it somewhat funny. For the dignified Xiao Wangye of the Great Jin dynasty to personally apologize to her, Jiang Ruan could not put on any airs. In her heart, she was annoyed that she could not keep her composure today. After calming down for a while, she walked to the table and sat down. She poured a cup of tea for both herself and Xiao Xiao and said, "Xiao Wangye, for you to barge into someone's chamber in the middle of the night, presumably, there must be an extremely urgent matter." Xiao Xiao acted as if he had not heard the ridicule in her words. His heroic brows slightly wrinkled. "You used the Chouyu silk that Xia Yan sent." Jiang Ruan was stunned. She had not expected that Xiao Xiao would actually come for this matter. Presumably, Tianzhu had reported this matter to Xiao Xiao. Tianzhu had just been by her side, and Xiao Xiao was also her breadwinner. Jiang Ruan did not expect Tianzhu to be completely loyal to her now. She nodded. Xiao Xiao disagreed, "There is perfume mixed in, you should not be so rash. Tianzhu has already detoxified the perfume." Jiang Ruan did not care at all. At that time, in order to let Hong Ying's guard down, she had let Tianzhu detoxify the perfume on the piece of silk that she had used, so that it would not cause any harm to the human body. Tianzhu can also fail, accidents are inevitable. Xiao Xiao said indifferently. Tianzhu, who was standing guard outside the window, had practiced martial arts since childhood. Naturally, she could hear the conversation in the room. When she heard Xiao Xiao's words, she felt very wronged. Although she was not one of the best detoxification experts, such a small poison was not a problem. Jiang Ruan still wanted to say something, but Xiao Xiao suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. He was a man, so his strength was naturally incomparable to Jiang Ruan's. Xiao Xiao concentrated on taking her pulse. Although Jiang Ruan felt a little strange, she did not struggle. Her gaze fell on the hand that was holding her wrist. Unlike Jiang Xing's dark and sturdy large hands, which were trained to fight and kill on the battlefield, Xiao Xiao's hands were slender, with well-proportioned joints. There was a thin layer of calluses on his fingertips, probably from practicing martial arts. It was somewhat cold, but his palm was somewhat dry and warm. After Xiao Xiao finished taking her pulse, he withdrew his hand. For a moment, there was a strange look in his eyes. Jiang Yuan had always been observant, so from Xiao Xiao's expression, she saw something and asked, "Is there any perfume left?" To tell the truth, she was not very worried about the matter of the perfume. In any case, she could not have children. In this life, she had never even thought of marrying. No. Xiao Xiao thought about it, shook his head, and looked at her. "Your body is too weak." Jiang Yuan smiled and did not speak. Weak? In her previous life, when she had returned to the Jiangfu from the rural residence, her body had been weak. She was so thin and bony that it was almost impossible to tell that she was human. She had lingered in the Jiangfu for several years, always taking medicine, but her body had not recovered. If not for the emperor's decree to select a female concubine, she was afraid that she would have been sick for a few more years. In this life, although she had returned early from the rural residence, the roots of her illness from years ago had still remained, and her body was not in good health. Now, it seemed that she had been nursed well, but only she knew that the insides of this body were rotten. She still paid great attention to nurturing her body, because she wanted to preserve her life to take revenge. Xiao Xiao saw that Jiang Ruan's gaze had passed him, and seemed to have thought of something. He only felt that the young girl in front of him seemed to have become very distant in an instant. He could not help but frown slightly, and there was a trace of discomfort in his heart. This feeling was somewhat unfamiliar, and Xiao Xiao himself did not understand it. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If there is a chance in the future, I will take you to my master's place. His medical skills are excellent, and perhaps he can make your body better." Xiao Xiao's words pulled Jiang Yuan back from her thoughts. She saw that the pitch-black eyes of the black-clothed youth in front of her were full of sincerity. She could not help but be startled, and said, "Many thanks." When she interacted with Xiao Xiao, it seemed that the words she said the most were, "Many thanks." Xiao Xiao stood up, "It's getting late, I will go back first. You should rest early." After saying this, he glanced at her, and then flew out of the window. He said that he would leave just like that. Did he really think that the minister's fu was his own backyard? Jiang Yuan stared blankly for a moment, and suddenly thought of what Xiao Xiao had come here for today. Was it just to take her pulse? Could it be that this person was possessed? Jiang Yuan's drowsiness had long since flown to the highest heavens after Xiao Xiao had stirred it up. At this moment, she did not feel the slightest bit sleepy. Xiao Xiao saw that the lights in the room had gone out, and after standing for a while, he also turned around and left. It was just a summer rain, and the next day was a bright sunny day. It was different from the heavy haze of the previous days, but the next few days were bright and sunny. Everything in the fu was neat and tidy. Fifth Yin Yang was peacefully nurturing the fetus in the courtyard, and Xia Yan often went to the garden with her big belly to relax. Nothing seemed different. The tranquility on the surface did not represent true peace. For example, Fifth Yin Yang, Hong Yang, was not peacefully nurturing the fetus as the servants had said. Instead, with an anxious expression, she asked the maidservant who had returned, "What is going on? Can't you find out anything?" Replying Yin Yang. The maidservant replied, "This servant has inquired in Su Xian Yuan, and has never heard of anyone in Yanhua Yuan having a miscarriage. No physician has come these past few days, and Furen has only ordered people to go to the pharmacy to buy some medicine for the miscarriage." "How is that possible?" Hong Yin murmured. These past few days, she had been burning with anxiety, wanting to hear the news of Xia Yan's miscarriage. Who knew that for some reason, these past few days, Yanhua Yuan was like an iron fortress. Even a fly could not enter, let alone inquire about any news. She could only go to Su Xian Yuan to obtain information. If Xia Yan really did have a miscarriage, Jiang Su would definitely know. How could Hong Ying accept the news brought by the maidservant who had gone to inquire? Could it be that Xia Yan had discovered something? "Don't be anxious, Yin Yang," the maidservant beside her advised. "Perhaps Furen's luck is good, and she has not used that Choyu silk thread yet, so there is no miscarriage. Hong Ying's mind settled. It was indeed possible that Xia Yan had not used that Choyu silk thread. It was a waste for a pregnant person to wear anything. Perhaps Xia Yan had wanted to use the Choyu silk thread on her clothes after giving birth. Thinking of this, Hong Ying heaved a sigh of relief, but immediately, her expression became resentful. How could she be so lucky? Chapter 110. Ronya had never expected that Jiang Ruan would make a fuss about this. To be more precise, she did not expect that Jiang Ruan would actually dare to speak to her like this. Putting on airs of a Junju in front of her, but what Jiang Ruan said was absolutely right. Ronya had always wanted to maintain the appearance of a noble lady, and Jiang Ruan was in the right, so she opened her mouth with difficulty. Junju, Bao Jin also chimed in, what are you afraid of? One Junju left, and now another is coming. Are you still afraid that no one will eat your snacks? Old man was what Guan Lianghan called their master, Master Ba Qi. Xiao Xiao had not paid his respects since returning from the southern frontier. Xiao Xiao said, I want to make a trip to Jianan Mountain. What are you saying? Zhao Jin said, usually, you always say that if we don't get married, we will be old ladies. Are you feeling shy? Zhao Jin frowned, and Wen Fei Fei was also somewhat displeased. Both of them were daughters raised by military families and had always looked down on women's twists and turns. Their intuition told them that Ronya's words were somewhat unpleasant to hear. Lin Zixiang was even more straightforward, so she immediately showed her displeasure on her face and replied stiffly, Er's invitation to Wan Mimi says that it is not the time yet. Junju arrived 3/4 of an hour early, yet you say that Wan Mimi is late. Could it be that the time in Er's invitation is not the time, but Junju's time is the time? Dong Er's restless appearance fell into Jiang Ruan's eyes, and she could not help but wonder if Dong had fallen in love with someone else. Just now, she seemed to have thought of something, and the way the corners of her mouth curved up, wasn't that the bashfulness of a young girl thinking of her beloved? You. Ronya had never been played like this before, and she almost choked. She glared at Jiang Ruan. With a sound, Lin Zixiang, who was at the side, couldn't help but laugh. Xia Yan suffered a loss, so naturally, she would be smarter. If she did not even hold back, wouldn't she have been utterly defeated by Hong Ying? Jiang Ruan was flipping through the invitation that Dong Ying had given her, inviting her to play at the capital governor's fu tomorrow. Ever since she came back, she had yet to meet these so-called close friends of hers. In reality, she had returned to the capital from the Zhuangzi and then followed the Empress Dowager out of the city. The time was too short, so she hadn't truly interacted with anyone. Now that he had returned to the capital in such a high-profile manner, he was beginning to break into the circle of the upper class in the capital. He had to maintain these connections well. Jiang Ruan muttered to herself for a moment before smiling, did Lin Darren divulge any information? Dong Yinger couldn't help but laugh out loud. As he laughed, his brows gradually furrowed. Dong Yinger sighed. She was not as straightforward as Lin Zixiang. The capital governor had many matters to attend to, so he had to take care of everything. If Lin Zixiang was said to have inherited official Lin's impartiality, then Dong Yinger was said to have learned official Dong's slyness 100%. Dong Yinger had a good reputation among the noble ladies in the capital. She was lively, cute, and had a good temper. Everyone was willing to give her face. The other noble ladies also followed suit and tried to mediate. Just as he was speaking, he saw Dong Yinger's maid jog over and said with a smile, Princess is here. Dong Yinger. Jiang Ruan frowned slightly. In her previous life, Dong Yinger was married to the third-rank capital salt transport envoy, Chang'an. The marriage between the two had been set since they were young. It should have been a pair of beautiful mandarin ducks that matched each other's social status. Later on, they lived extremely comfortably and contentedly. At the palace banquet in her previous life, Jiang Wan had seen them from afar. At that time, Dong Ying'er and Chang'an looked like a loving couple, which made her very envious. Although Jiang Wan had always been partial to Hong Ying and appeared to be warm on the surface, the few maids could tell from the Choyu silk incident that Jiang Wan did not regard Hong Ying as one of their own. Now, Xiao Xiao answered. This life had generally followed the previous one, but because of her arrival, many things had changed. For example, Dong Ying'er, who had been deeply in love with Chang'an in her previous life, had unexpectedly fallen in love with Jiang Xing in this life. Since this matter had changed, what about the other things? Jiang Wan was startled and neglected Zhao Jin's peculiar appearance. Her body abruptly stiffened. Lian Xiao giggled and said, "Let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, Miss has not seen Miss Dong and the others for 3 years. This servant has heard from outsiders that Miss Dong has reached the marriageable age. At the latest, she will marry into the Chang family at the end of the year." Xiao Xiao handed the letter to Jin Er, who hurriedly left. When Guan Lianghan saw this, he stared blankly. "It's not the end of the year yet, why are you writing a letter to this old man?" Princess Ronya was the apple of Prince Yong's eye. Prince Yong was the cousin of the late emperor, and the two had a very good relationship. When the 4 princes rebelled, Prince Yong had also lent a helping hand to the current emperor. As a result, his position in the great Jin dynasty was very high. Princess Ronya had seen Jiang Wan once on the Ling Long boat 3 years ago. However, she had been proud and arrogant since she was a child, and considered herself a true noble lady of a prestigious family. Jiang Wan, a daughter who had been raised in a rural residence and had fallen out of favor, simply could not enter her eyes. Who would have thought that with a shake of her body, Jiang Wan would unexpectedly become a princess of the dynasty who was on par with her? How could she not be jealous and resentful? Her words were laced with a venomous scheme. However, whatever Xiao Xiao did, in the end, had nothing to do with her. In comparison, the demons and monsters in the Fu were more of a concern. For example, a few days ago, Hong Ying had pestered Jiang Quan to invite a physician to take a look at the health of the pregnant women in the Fu. The main wife, Xia Yan, was on the verge of giving birth, and her mood was somewhat fickle. Without a second word, she had rejected Hong Ying. Hong Ying had acted like a spoiled child with Jiang Quan, and in the end, Xia Yan had been practically forced to take a pulse. The physician had said that her appearance was stable, but because of Hong Ying's actions, Xia Yan's pregnancy had been affected. Jiang Quan was somewhat angry, and these past few days, he did not go to Hong Ying's courtyard. Because of his guilt, he often accompanied Xia Yan once he returned to the Fu. Beating up an official of the court, are you not afraid of the imperial censor's memorial? Xiao Xiao looked at the eager Mo Kong Mo Tsong immediately deflated like a deflated balloon. Guan Lianghan, seeing that his provocation had failed, was somewhat disappointed. Turning to look at Xiao Xiao, he asked, "When are you leaving?" Dong Ying'er wanted to chase after them, but Lin Zixiang pulled her back. "Let them go. Really, what's with all the airs of a young lady from a noble family, everyone rushing to curry favor and flatter? It's really annoying to watch. You too, without rhyme or reason, why did you invite her over?" Dong Ying'er had originally wanted to find a reason to smooth things over, but she did not know what to say and could only look at her in puzzlement. Lin Zixiang still wanted to say something, but Dong Ying'er hurried over to smooth things over. "Hey, both of you should speak less. Today, I was the one who invited you. If there is a dispute, it will be my fault." Today, she had invited quite a number of noble young ladies. Originally, it was to relieve her gloomy mood, but she did not want to stir up trouble because of this matter. Could it be? She looked at Dong Ying'er, as if to reflect what she was thinking. Dong Ying'er looked at her, her bright eyes unable to conceal the anticipation in them. That gaze was all too familiar. In her previous life, she had seen this kind of gaze countless times in the copper mirror. It was a gaze of longing for one's beloved. Recently, that grand tutor, Lu Min, has gained the emperor's trust. The last time I submitted a memorial, Lu Min unexpectedly found fault with me. Usually, it's fine, but this fellow is a stinky and hard rock. Everything he does must be absolutely fair, not even a grain of sand can be tolerated. This young master is so angry. Jiang Wan lightly glanced at her. She could somewhat guess what Romya was thinking, so she smiled slightly and said, "You're wrong." A trace of disappointment flashed through Dong Yinger's eyes. Jiang Wan saw it and became even more certain of her conjecture. She did not know why, but an ominous premonition arose in her heart. This premonition came out of nowhere, and she herself did not understand why. Lin Zixiang frowned. "If Yinger marries, it will soon be my turn. Recently, father has been asking me about this matter. I really do not know what to do." The girls looked at the door and saw a young girl in red walking slowly in from outside the courtyard. She was wearing a vermilion, pinkish-orange, and white magnolia skirt. She wore a long, color-changing robe made of jade swirls and ivory, and a rui hairpin made of ruby was inserted in her hair. Along the way, the skirt did not move an inch. It was clearly a ball of fire, but when one walked in, it was like ice. That face was even more unworthy. At that time, Jiang Wan was still young, and her charm was not well developed. Now that she was in the prime of her youth, she mixed the youthfulness of a young girl with her own charm. She had a kind of elegance that could make one's breath stop. The next day, Bai Ji and Lian Qiao dressed her up early. This was the first time Jiang Wan would meet the noble ladies after returning to the capital. Dong Yinger was a good person, so naturally, the noble ladies were also invited. Now that she was a princess, she naturally could not act the same as before. This was to prevent others from taking advantage of her. Lu Zhu asked curiously, "This is really strange. Furen's belly obviously doesn't have a child. How did you manage to find out?" Jiang Wan smiled. People's desires were endless. In the past, Hong Ying might have only wanted to be a peaceful Yin-yang, but after being promoted, she wanted the position of managing the household's Furen. When dealing with such a greedy person, one should never give too much trust. Moreover, she had always hated everyone in the Jiangfu, so how could she like them? However, Dong Yinger said somewhat irritably, "I still don't want to marry." Lin Zixiang had always been someone who did not care about how the world looked at her, so she was not so bashful. "That's not true. It's just that he has been frowning recently, so it seems that things are not going well. I have long said that with my temperament, it would be very difficult to find a family in the capital that is of equal status and tolerant." "Oh," Jiang Wan smiled, "it's all right, eldest brother has not sent a letter." Dong Yinger was stunned and shook her head. Chang'an was her childhood sweetheart, and she had thought that they would live like this for the rest of their lives. There was nothing wrong with that, but ever since she met that godlike man 3 years ago, there was no one else in her eyes. Only now did she understand that towards Chang'an, it was not love at all. With every step she took, Princess Romya's expression became more unsightly. One must know that in front of such beauty, she, Romya, was just a jumping clown. The more proud and arrogant a person was, the more they could not stand others being better than them, let alone Jiang Wan, who Romya had previously looked down on. She immediately felt insulted. When Jiang Wan walked closer, she covered her mouth and giggled, "Eldest Jiang Miss, why did you come alone? I originally thought that your second sister would also be here. Second Jiang Miss is a wonderful person, and you are both daughters of the Jiang Fu. Why, is your relationship not as good as the rumors say?" Shaking her head, she temporarily put these matters aside. Jiang Wan planned to see Lin Zixiang tomorrow and ask for more information. Seeing that Jiang Wan was a little absent-minded, Lin Zixiang nudged her, "What are you thinking about? Why aren't you speaking? What are you going to do?" Guan Lianghan asked curiously. Mo Tsong's temperament was jumpy. Previously, when she was on the mountain, she was most afraid of teacher Ba Chi. In the backyard of the capital governor's Fu, a group of young girls were sitting together. Tea and snacks were placed on the table, and the atmosphere was lively. The Chang family is a good family in the capital. Jiang Wan smiled. Moreover, you are childhood sweethearts, what's so bad about it? Go to Jianan Mountain, third brother, wait for me. Mo Tsong jumped up, I want to go too. When Fei Fei looked at her, why are you unhappy again? It's rare for Wan Mimi to come back, so let's put these troublesome matters aside. Is it that new scholar? Guan Liang Han had always been prejudiced against scholars. Pedantic, why are you talking so much to a pedantic scholar? Just beat him up and it'll be over. Lien Xiao and Lu Zhu had no objections to this instruction. Zhou Momo had been sent back to the Zhao family 3 years ago. She was blind, and Zhao Guang felt guilty towards her, so naturally, she would be taken care of for the rest of her life. Jiang Wan wondered if she should find an etiquette instructor by her side and just put on a show. Now that she thought about it, the timing was still good. It seemed that after the end of this summer, Dong Ying'er would be married over. Dong Ying'er would be married, and Lin Zixiang would be married soon. In her previous life, Lin Zixiang was married to the third prince, Xian Xian. Xian Xian's birth mother had died early, and he had no one to control him. He had become a wastrel, and since then, he had never appeared in the palace again. He was the most inconspicuous prince in the palace. Unfortunately, this prince was licentious and had many concubines. In her previous life, Imperial Consort Chen personally arranged the marriage between Lin Zixiang and Xian Xian. In the end, Lin Zixiang ended up dying together with Xian Xian's favored concubine, and the Lin family declined. Jiang Wan frowned. Now that she thought about it, there were still some days until Imperial Consort Chen arranged the marriage. She should think of a way to avoid it, or should she beg Empress Dowager Ida? Princess Rongya's face turned red from Lin Zixiang's words, and she was naturally furious. If it was someone else, she could still say a few words, but it was Lin Zixiang, who was unmoved by force or persuasion. If she continued to argue with her, she would lose face as a dignified princess. Although Rongya was clenching her teeth in hatred, on the surface, she only pretended that she did not want to talk to Lin Zixiang. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Princess Rongya smiled, then why hasn't eldest Jiang Miss come yet? Could it be that now that she has become a princess, she has become arrogant, and is deliberately trying to show off her power? What else can it be? Isn't it just that marriage with the Chang family? Lin Zixiang replied. Jiang Wan warmly said, no need to be so polite. Since today is just a gathering of ordinary sisters, there is no need to care about so many rules and etiquettes. As usual, you can just call me by my name. Dong Ying'er's sweetheart was actually Jiang Xing. Rongya felt that she had been insulted, and could no longer stay in this place. She immediately stood up and shouted, today, all of you have specially come to bully me, right? I will leave now. After saying this, she angrily flicked her sleeves and left. As soon as Rongya left, the few noble ladies who were on good terms with Rongya also took their leave. Not long after, there were only a few of them left. Dong Ying'er seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised her head to look at Jiang Wan. Pretending to be unintentional, she asked, Wan Mimi, speaking of which, your eldest brother has consecutively won battles. Did he write to you this year to say when he will return? Jiang Wan frowned slightly. What? Rongya stared blankly, not knowing what Jiang Wan meant. Mo Tsong was a genuine young master of an aristocratic family. Although he was clever and crafty since childhood, and also had a sense of justice, he was still a person who had been raised by his father in the officialdom. He was well aware that if the water was too clear, there would be no fish. Encountering such an unreasonable bookworm like Mo Tsong, he was almost angered to the point of vomiting blood. Thus, he could only seek help from his master. Her heart trembled. Why, was this also different from her previous life? Mount Jianan was the place where teacher Ba Qi lived, and it was also the place where the 8 martial brothers of the sect usually practiced. Teacher Ba Qi was also an extraordinary person. He was knowledgeable about astronomy and geography, and was proficient in the art of defending against enemies on the battlefield. When the late emperor was alive, he had once asked him to come out of seclusion to assist him. However, teacher Ba Qi, who was still a youth at that time, had flatly refused. He had only said that the way of heaven was irreversible, and that one could not go against it. Mount Jianan had an array that no one in the world could break. Normally, people could not find it. Jiang Wan looked at Dong Yinger's appearance. She was about to become someone's wife, but she did not look the least bit bashful, unless there was no such person in her heart. This was somewhat different from her previous life. She thought about it and smiled, sistering, are you dissatisfied with young Master Chang? Or did young Master Chang make you angry? Sistering, what's wrong? Jiang Wan asked with a smile. Jiang Wan softly said, Princess Ronya is wrong. We are of the same rank, so Princess Ronya should call me princess. If this were to spread, wouldn't it be a slap to the face of the imperial family? Jiang Wan was not used to not seeing any trace of Xiao Xiao for a few days. When she came back to her senses, a faint worry arose in her heart. She was used to being alone, but Xiao Xiao had only used a short period of time to make her accustomed to his presence. For Jiang Wan, this was not a good thing. I already said it's not. Dong Yinger said, I don't want to get married yet. After washing up and tidying up, Jiang Wan said, Tian Zhu and Bai Ji, follow me out. Lian Qiao, you and Bai Lu stay in the Fu and carefully deal with Yan Hua Yuan. Although Bai Ji and Lian Qiao were first-class maids, and Tian Zhu and Lu Zhu were second-class maids, in Jiang Ruan's eyes, they were all the same. Tian Zhu had martial arts, and it was best to keep her by her side. Bai Ji had a steady temperament, and in the future, when dealing with noble ladies, she would have to learn from her. Lian Qiao was shrewd, and Lu Zhu was quick-witted. Today, Hong Ying and Xia Yan were even more careful. If they wanted to bring trouble to Ruan Ju, the 2 maids would be able to resist a little. Although she did not know what Xiao Xiao did on a daily basis, she understood that it was certainly not something easy. There were so many hedonistic sons in the capital who rode horses and played with birds, but Xiao Xiao was different from them. From head to toe, there was not a trace of frivolity. Looking at him on a daily basis, it was easy to overlook his age, which made people feel strangely at ease. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.